Good morning everyone. Please get your attentions over here. I would request all the first years to sit at the back side, please. Thank you. Good morning everyone. I would request every students to settle down quickly and put their phone in silent mode. Thank you. Student body, I would request everyone to maintain discipline. We are about to begin, guys. Please settle down quickly and turn your phones off or put it in silence. Thank you. Guys, stand up. Everyone, please stand up. Good morning everyone. Welcome over here. जब आंखों में अरमान लिया मंजिल को अपना मान लिया जब आंखों में अरमान लिया मंजिल को अपना मान लिया फिर मुश्किल क्या और आसान क्या जो ठान लिया वो ठान लिया जय जगन्नाथ नमस्कार सत श्री अकाल आदाब जय श्री राम राधे राधे I am Piyush
And I am Manashwini. We are so happy, feeling privileged and blessed to get an amazing opportunity to host this event.
We welcome all of you from the bottom of our heart to this grand Mela, Innovation Mela.
Please give a huge round of applause for everyone. So these claps were for special people.
Can you guess for whom this claps was?
It's for you guys. You guys have taken time from your hectic schedule for this remarkable event with your glorious presence. This is for each and everyone who has joined us in this mega event.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we all have gathered here for a purpose. The purpose is to bring out more and more innovation. That's why we have organized this grand Mela, where all young minds can join and talk about innovation and make our surrounding more developed.
We are honored to have a special guest with us. We have Mr. Vemuri Ramanna, Program Head at NASCOM Foundation, Mr. Vikram Kumar, Innovation Manager at NASCOM Foundation, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, Makerspace Manager at NASCOM Foundation, Ms. Arundhati Banerjee, Senior Executive at NASCOM Foundation, Mrs. Jhansi Lakshmiji, Startup and Incubation Expert at Startup Odisha, Mr. Amit Kumar Shah, Principal Engineer at Cisco, Mr. Manoj Pandya, Director of Technology at Booking Genie, Mr. Ramanujan, working at Booking Genie and 2015 Trident alumni.
We are blessed to have our Chief Mentor Sir of Trident Group of Institutes, Dr. Biswa Vijay Panigrai, Principal of Trident Academy of Technology, Professor Dr. Debanarayan Patnaik, Dean, School of Computing and Spokesperson in thingQbator, Dr. Abhay Kumar Samal, Dean, School of Engineering, Dr. Sakuntala Mahapatra, Dean, Student of Affairs, Dr. Amrendra Baral, Dean, School of Business, Dr. Prabhat Kumar Mohanty. A warm welcome to all our head of departments, faculty members and dear participants. Now, we would request Dr. Biswa Vijay Panigrai sir, Ramana sir and Jhansi Lakshmi ma'am to come upon the stage to grace this occasion. I request the student volunteers to escort our dignitaries to the dais. Now we would request our student body to honor our guest with token of appreciation. Thank you.
Lighting of the sacred lamp is the symbol of beginning of every occasion. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward for lamp lighting.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा नमः
Thank you, dignitaries.
Panelists also. The reasons may be many. Cisco first and then with NASCOM. See, our association with this company, Cisco, is about 12 years old as of now. The gentleman who was given the first charge for Cisco Association, his name was Subhajit Jagdev. He is no longer with us. He gained tremendous experience in this association. He has founded his own unit, which is now named as EduSkills Foundation. And later on, the second man who was given the Cisco Association charge, he has also joined him. They are doing quite well in several other activities apart from Cisco relationship. How did we start with Cisco? So there was a proposal long back from Cisco's side to establish the Cisco CCNA Academy in this institution. So that was the very first association when we started with Cisco CCNA Academy for networking training. Gradually, we did very, very well, and Cisco management, because this was a part of their CSR program, CSR worldwide. So Cisco management then appointed us as the apex body for appointing Cisco network academies. That also we did. And we established about 65 centers for Cisco network academies, and our first batch students of Cisco network academies, they were felicitated by Cisco not only in Bangalore, but the team also went to Bangkok for Asia Pacific felicitation. Thereafter, watching our interest, Cisco Foundation, San Jose, they connected with us and they gave us a funding of 20,000 US dollars to connect with rural school children here and start sensitizing them on IT and start connecting these rural children to the mainstream of IT. This also we completed. Thereafter, I wanted Cisco authorities, because we used to host a lot of functions for Cisco, I wanted Cisco authorities at the director level to roll out a scheme for Cisco trained engineers as special groups for being recruited as networking engineers, not only in Cisco, but since at that time, Cisco had about 75% share working associates all that camp. About to start COVID, but separate. Now, before COVID, had discussion with Cisco, their ASR program. They came out that time with the thingQbator. So the concept started with Singapore. Then when it was Singapore, the discussion, then they said they would start in India 5 centers. So we were not university. We were only an affiliated college, the state's technical university. But what we did for the period probably saw us through as one of the 5 centers, thingQbator. A series of discussion. They wanted to pull it, NASCOM. Thereafter, connect with thingQbator. Connect and NASCOM found history. Now, for 5 years, they've been rolling this thingQbator program. All of you are interested, must know lineage itself, thingQbator, and there is a big capital Q. Comes from thing or QBator. There is no Q. The CU has become capital Q. Right. So it is thingQbator. What is thing? Thing is Internet of Things. Thing comes from there. Incubator comes, join them, and it becomes thingQbator, the brand. Okay. So what is thingQbator? They have a scheme. They are based maker spaces. Maker spaces. Entrepreneurs can think out of the box, adopt technology, innovate products, only in industry, also elsewhere comes important, but today's function. Initially, there were several uses in industry. Now, technology orienting itself prime mover and driver for technology inventions in the world famous concept of sustainability. Now everyone this word ability and what is some of you have had time while coming in, look the front wall or the back wall. You've seen that there is something there which celebrated during our Silver Jubilee around week. That is one particular department in climate change, which we have started under the MBA department, not giving any degree, not giving maturing. They start environmental science, maturing. Now there is center. You would have seen the board when you come in here. Guidance Center in doing some work there. Now, what work we are doing, of you must know. That today, when we come to the panel discussion, frequently sharing their knowledge that you have IoT and AI. In terms of the AI is the technology, and how attention is going to be there of sustainability discussed. Now, sustainability coming up there in the world. They are addressing as well as assets, order set difficult to give you total explanation of sustainable net zero of your club, of the sector department, are going whole hog to sustainability. Yesterday, our Kartavya Club conducted their third annual meeting, where I had an occasion to speak. See, I have explained to the members in very simple terms what is global warming, why is it caused, the physics of it, the economics of it, and the future, why the future looks dark. So I have read a lot during last 12 months on this subject. Some of you who are interested can see my LinkedIn profile, whatever I read, right? So having gathered some knowledge from good platforms on sustainability and what all are being done in the field of sustainability, particularly with reference to technology interventions, I have initiated a move here. Not only that we are encouraging our students to start thinking differently, start thinking new, use existing technology in new fields, in new applications for the overall development and within the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of IPCC after Paris meet of 2015. We are encouraging that, but then suppose we keep on saying technology intervention, these sustainability problems will be solved. What technology intervention? That is important. Now people are discussing many things about AI, ML, IoT, cloud, remote sensing, everything. What we have done here, we have one school of computing, we have school of engineering, right? We have created two synthesized groups. We are calling it, actually I have followed, yesterday I was telling here, I have followed the sensor company Bosch, German company Bosch, and I have taken the concept from them and I am calling it the technology of AIoT, no longer AI and IoT. So the technology of AIoT combined with, we have set up a vertical which is for, and as you know, Spark, there is a company inside InfoCity. I own 50% of the stakes in that company. Actually, I started a company in 1997. Now someone else is the managing director. I still have this share. That was my interest at that time, remote sensing and GIS. So we are now combining AIoT plus remote sensing to solve the problems of sustainability. Now sustainability will have many areas. So I was trying to jot down which areas I will speak on. So when I stopped, I said I will never have time to discuss these things. Let's see in the panel discussion how much time I have and how much I can speak on that with my co-panelists who will be there. So, in brief, now 5 members of faculty are in the group that we call AIoT-C. That is AIoT group under School of Computing. 5 separate members of faculty are there in AIoT-E. So this group reports to Dean School of Engineering, that group reports to School of Computing Dean. Both of them are incidentally here today in this crowd. So we are going forward. Gradually you will see, they will give you your course projects to start with. I have asked these 10 groups to give me 20 POCs to be pitched nationally in competitions. I'll tell you, one of our own groups who were trained on GIS and remote sensing under Madam Subra Swetanisha and Sumanta, they competed. 4 groups were in the final 20 of this GIS hackathon, which was conducted by Government of India, DST, combined with Microsoft in IIIT Hyderabad. 4 out of 20 were our groups. And And some of you will be happy to know, in the final 5 who were called for personal presentation there to IIIT Hyderabad, one of our groups was there in the final. So we are taking that forward the way we can, and with this AIoT plus remote sensing GIS, we are going to address a lot of problems of sustainability. So these 20 POCs which are coming to us for sustainability, if things go good from the foundation, we'll be giving them seed fund if they want to have a startup. We'll enable them not only to register LLP or private limited company, register them for MSME, register them in Startup India, and also register them in Startup Odisha. Madam is here. We will. Not only that, just registering will not help. We are going to come with our own seed funds there. If things go well and the boys and girls are interested, I am personally ready to take up stakes in those startup companies, whatever stakes they offer with whatever valuation to start with in the Series 1 funding. Okay? So this is what is in nutshell our journey with Cisco, our journey with NASCOM Foundation for thingQbator, and the technology that we are inherently encouraging under AIoT and remote sensing, and we have planned for 20. We'll see how many of you combine with your AIoT group and come up with POCs within next 30 days. Thank you very much. Have a nice time. Enjoy this.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. I'm sure everybody has got a lot of insights. We are thrilled to have the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. With 15 years of entrepreneurial experience, she has co-founded and served as full-time CEO of Green Enroll Private Limited. Additionally, she held the role of partner director at Sugar Automatics Private Limited. Adding on, she is startup and incubation expert at Startup Odisha. How much we may say, but it would always be less. Without further delay, please welcome Mrs. Jhansi Lakshmi ma'am on stage.
Good morning, everyone. So I think 15 years is something which my experience as an entrepreneur, my overall experience is 30 years plus. So I'm very happy to represent Startup Odisha here. In fact, our Honorable Executive Chairman, Dr. Omkar Rai, was supposed to be here, but today we are launching a Fund of Funds scheme in collaboration with SIDBI, a fund which would be meant for the startups in Odisha to a tune of 250 crores, which would be a consortium fund which is developed as a venture capital fund in the name of Fund of Funds to the tune of 250 crores. So it's a great achievement, and that is being launched today. So that's the reason why our EC could not make it, and I'm representing on behalf of him. So I'm very much excited when Mr. Ramna had told me about thingQbator and also this program, Educate to Innovate. The tagline itself is, such a beautiful one. So how many of you really know about Startup Odisha? Yes? Very few hands from the students. Yeah, I think you had the van campaign of Startup Odisha? Startup Yatra van campaign? Yes? How many of you have participated there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Idea submission? Good, good. So, educate to innovate, as I heard from sir, I think it's already being implemented in the college from the school level. I mean, that's really very, exciting, sir, to know that, you are doing so much in the IoT space, starting from the school level. And when we talk about educate to innovate, why is it necessary? Is there something? So why do we need this education to innovate? And when should it really start? Yes, when do you think the education to innovation should start? I want to hear from you, the innovators. Right now, right here. Good answer. So actually, yes, there is no specific time to educate ourselves on anything. And innovation today is the buzzword across the globe, not just in India. And why do we need innovations? Why do we need innovations? Yes? Why do we need innovations? Don't we have all solutions? We don't have? Do we have problems around? Yes? How many? Many, countless. So, it's an evolving process for the development of any country, any individual, any society. We need to identify the problems around us and come up with solutions. And to do that, there is no specific age. In my experience, I have seen excellent ideas coming in from the students of 6th to 10th grades. So innovation is the need of the hour. To develop this innovation and entrepreneurship across the state, Startup Odisha has come up with many, many schemes to encourage the students and aspiring entrepreneurs. Starting from a pre-incubation program, which is a virtual program for 8 weeks to teach you about the basics of entrepreneurship and problem identification and design thinking process. We are conducting Startup Yatra and Startup Express. So Startup Yatra is something which is a program, a flagship event of Startup Odisha, which is conducted every year. So this is the 3rd time we are doing it, and this time we are trying to reach out to till the last mile. So we are going to cover 30 districts and almost 200 plus colleges across the state in probably these 2 months, September and October. And Startup Express is meant to create the awareness on innovation and on schools. And this year we are planning to cover at least 60 schools in 30 districts. So in this yatras, again, we are doing van campaigns and also the boot camps. So the van is going to each and every college, and we are collecting the ideas. So there is also an app which has been created and released. I request all of you to please download that app. And it's not just that when the van comes to you, you need to give your ideas. You can submit your ideas at any point of time using that app. So please make best use of this opportunity. And the top 10 startups not startups, sorry, the excellent ideas which are selected would be supported with a seed fund of 3 lakh under the Startup Yatra. So there would be a demo day and the top ideas would be supported with the seed funding. And in the schools, the best ideas would be supported with a cash prize of 10,000 rupees each. So this is a golden opportunity for you to come up with excellent solutions and ideas, not just in one domain. It's all sector agnostic, domain agnostic, need not be technical. So any kind of idea you have which can impact the society, please do submit your ideas. Apart from the Startup Yatra and Startup Express, Startup Odisha is also conducting lot of events like hackathons and innovation challenges across the state throughout the year. And we are also coming up with good schemes for encouraging the entrepreneurship cells or ECs or EDCs in each of the colleges with not just nurturing, also with funding. So there is a new policy which has been drafted and which is with the government for approval. So once that comes, we have, lined up a good amount of money and also schemes, particularly for the students to encourage them towards innovation and entrepreneurship. So I request all the students to please be innovative. So innovation is not just to become a startup, not to just have your venture. Innovation and entrepreneurship education will help you to grow through your future wherever you are. Even if you go into any organization as an employee, you will find a place where you can innovate. So please try to understand what innovation is and entrepreneurship is, and take your first step towards that. So apart from this, what we are doing for the students, Startup Odisha also has many other schemes. Like, we are doing Mentoring Mondays. Mentoring Mondays, we have mentors almost to the tune of 200 who are onboarded with us. And every Monday there is a mentorship program which is being conducted. And see, once you download this app, you will get all kinds of notifications of the events and programs being conducted by Startup Odisha, and you can join whichever program you are interested in and take advantage of that. So today we have around 1700 plus startups which are recognized by Startup Odisha, and we have 27 incubators in the ecosystem who are partnered with Startup Odisha, and we have grants and need-based assistance which we are extending to support the startups apart from the mentorship and investor connects. And now with the launch of the fund of funds, definitely the funding would increase multifold, and all of you can really take advantage of this and grow in your careers. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your beautiful words. And now it's time to welcome our next keynote speakers. Words won't be enough to describe his excellency. Over more than 30 years track record, he has been recognized as a serial entrepreneur. He has immense experience in the field of semiconductor and IoT startup industries. Presently, he served as the program head for the social innovation for youth at NASCOM Foundation. He is somebody who doesn't need any introduction. With further ado, let's welcome Mr. Vemuri Ramanna.
For all of you in the East, my head bows very humbly when I recollect what our great saint Swami Vivekananda said. Education is all about manifesting the perfection that is already there in each one of us. Isn't it? All of us are born perfect. Whatever we come here to learn, to get educated, is all about allowing that to come out slowly. So a very good morning to all of you, respected sir, ma'am, faculty, and to all my fellow friends on this particular stage here. It's very difficult, isn't it, to come sit here not knowing what to listen, why we have come here, is it really useful at all, or have I been asked to come here? In my personal opinion, when you go out of this hall in the next few minutes that you will be, and if you are able to digest whatever is being talked now and is being done in the panel discussion, just allow it to gently sink in and you will find there's a huge change that you will find inside yourself. At NASSCOM Foundation, it is all about bringing this change in sectors where the change is really needed. With the Sustainable Development Goals in mind, two of the sustainable goals, which is quality education and industry innovation. With these two things in mind, this thingQbator program helps to reach across India to all the youth to ensure that they are getting an opportunity to think differently, to ideate upon that, to take it forward towards prototyping, startup, and then incubation. Together with Cisco as a donor and with partner universities like TAT, we would want every youth in India to experience this perfection already there in each one of you, how you can manifest it and put it forward so that all those who are in real need in the society are able to take it and use it. Since it's been very long that you all have been waiting, I don't really want to give you much more inputs, and there's a wonderful gentleman after me who's going to take you through few concepts. I'll give you a few examples of the real startups that have come out of here. Some of them are from universities, some of them are from multiple other sources. But before that, a small statistics. How many of you know how many applications have come in this cohort 6? How many of you know how many applications have come on this cohort 6? Statistically, 1050 applications have come on this cohort 6. One of the biggest number of participants in this cohort, in this particular thingQbator program, thanks to all of you. Out of this, 100 teams have made it to the prototyping stage. Can you guess how many of them are from TAT? Yep. 14 of them are from TAT. That's a good performance from the TAT. %14 is really good. That shows the kind of possibilities across India, and we are talking about this. I'll just give you one or two small examples of what kind of startups have come out of here through this program. How many of you know that there is something called asthma that a lot of people suffer from? Are you aware of this problem called asthma? Any of your relatives face that? Yeah? How beautiful it will be if you have some device which will measure asthma instantly or symptoms of asthma instantly, intimate to your doctor that yes, there is an attack, immediately book your appointment, and after your appointment is done, immediately make the medicines available at your doorstep. Is that a wonderful solution? That is one of the startups of thingQbator, which has won a seed grant of 5 lakh and which is actually now running well. How beautiful will it be? How many of you want to really do yoga? How many of you are doing yoga? Yeah. I'm not walking you through the yoga, while I'm myself a meditation practitioner and a trainer, but now today I'm not walking you through a yoga session. But how many of you love to do yoga? Physical yoga. Only that much. I thought everybody should be doing yoga. How beautiful will it be when you're standing in front of the screen and someone is telling you how to do yoga? Even more beautiful will it be when you yourself are telling you how to do perfectly the yoga in front of the screen. So there is this concept where when you're standing in front of the screen captures your image, and whatever yoga pose you're doing, the screen takes that and tells you whether you're doing the yoga right or wrong. If you're doing it wrong, it corrects you and then will not allow you till you do the pose right. You can also choose which kind of a problem you're facing to. Suppose you're facing to diabetes. You click on that and it will allow you to do those specific exercises and guide you through that. Isn't that wonderful? That's another startup from. And one of the last ones which I will mention is, we all know that we want to use drones. We all know we want to help the farmers. But there is this group of students who have come together, not only developed the drone right from scratch, but used it in farms in couple of places in the villages of Bihar to do pesticide spraying in those places. At the same time, they call themselves as a chikitsa or a clinic, which helps every farmer to reach out to them to find out any problems that they are facing. And these three are all college startups, which is what you all can also do. So with that in heart and with that in mind, I welcome you all to be part of this journey that we are together walking together with us at NASCOM Foundation and with Cisco in the thingQbator program. So we welcome you all and continue to be part of the journey, and we thank the entire TAT student body, entire TAT faculty who have been so wonderfully and lovingly extending everything to it that this has really become a role model college. Thank you, sir. Thank you all, and we welcome you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words have inspired us, motivated us, and surely boiled our bloods to become young entrepreneurs. So our next speaker is someone who has a dynamic personality. He is a master of his field. He holds the esteemed position of principal engineer at Cisco's Meraki business unit. His primary focus revolves around the development of machine learning related features to enhance the capabilities of Meraki's MV smart cameras. We are privileged that we are connected with him virtually. Please welcome Mr. Amit Kumar Shah.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Since I'm doing it remotely, I have a small presentation. Thanks for inviting me. Good morning, everybody. My name is Amit, and I am a principal engineer at Cisco Systems, Bangalore, where these days I work on smart cameras. Right? It's my privilege and honor to speak to you. So many esteemed dignitaries are there, as well as most exciting of all, being able to speak to students who are obviously our future, right? Before we go into sustainable innovation, which is what I want to focus on in today's talk, I wanted to just talk about what innovation means for Cisco, right? Innovation has always been a part of Cisco, and even though we have like more than 35,000 patents, which is one of the metrics of how innovation is measured in companies, that's really not unique, because most big companies have quite a large number of patents, right? That's how you protect intellectual property rights. So if you're not familiar with patents, basically suppose you come up with a cool idea, what prevents somebody else looking at your product and making a similar product and selling it maybe cheaper, and so not letting you get the profit of that innovation, right? So that's where intellectual property rights come in, and patents is one of the ways that you can do that, right? That you can protect your intellectual right. But what is interesting is that the alumni of Cisco, so people who have at some point worked at Cisco, have gone out and actually created more than 1,300 startups, right? So 1,300 startups have been created. Out of them, 16 are unicorns, meaning they have market valuations of $1 billion or more, right? And a total investment of around $30 billion have been raised by these 1,300 companies. So this is a massive figure, right? So this means that there are, among my colleagues in Cisco, there are obviously quite a few innovators, not necessarily everybody going and building companies, but at least a lot of them are building companies, as well as there is innovation happening within the company at every level, right? So not almost, every day there are multiple innovations happening in a company like Cisco, and for that matter in companies all over the world, right? But today I wanted to focus on a very specific kind of innovation, which is sustainable innovation, right? As the previous speakers have all spoken about, that sustainability is one of the biggest things. So I wanted to start off with a quote from Carl Sagan. Most of you probably know this. I cannot do this very interactively because it's virtual. So most of you probably know about Carl Sagan. He was a famous American astronomer and played a huge role in popularizing science among the masses. So he said this several decades back, right? And this is very relevant even today. Anything else you are interested in is not going to happen if you can't breathe the air and drink the water. Don't sit this one out. Do something. You are, by accident or fate, alive at an absolutely critical moment in the history of our planet, right? We in India experience this day in and day out. I don't think in India there is a single city which has not had the harmful effects of pollution. There is not a single city where natural resources have not been abused. And there is not a single city where residents' life expectancy hasn't been lowered due to the harmful effects of all this impact on the environment, right? And in India, oftentimes we'll see we might compare ourselves to the developed countries, but we must also understand we can try and emulate a lot from the developed countries, but if we, a country of 1.3 billion people, reach the per capita energy and resource consumption of any developed country, then you or your next generation might just be the last generation on planet Earth. There is not enough resources for that much consumption and that much energy on a per capita basis. Right? So having said that, this is not something new. People have been worried about it, and Sir has already spoken about it in the opening remarks. So the UN has also come up with a lot of sustainable development goals, specifically 17 goals. And if you look at them, you will see that several of them, only a few of them appear to have anything to do with technology, right? But on closer inspection, if you anyone, if you look at all of them, you will see that all of them have a huge technological footprint. Technology has a huge role to play in almost all of them, right? So, for example, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, which is somewhere down in the middle. Just let me get a laser pointer so that it's easy. So this one, right? Industry. So industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This is something that is obviously technological. But if you take any other one, like life below water, life on land, you will figure out that very soon that unless technology helps, we cannot really make progress in these areas, right? AI technologies. I find it very interesting and I'm very confused as to what part of AI it is using, and more importantly, why is it using AI, right? So let me give you a very specific example of a very common use case of machine learning, which is for object detection on a very popular open source data set called ImageNet. ImageNet is nothing but a collection of large number of pictures, and in which objects are identified. For example, you might have a picture with a ball in it, and it will be marked that there is a bicycle between the, in this bounding box, right? Or there can be a person and there is a person there, or there can be a car, there can be houses, there can be all kinds of common everyday objects, right? Now, if you can see this graph, what it shows is, it is on the x-axis you have the years, and on the y-axis you have percentage error of the best deep learning techniques or the machine learning techniques to automatically detect objects, right? So lower percent error means better performance, right? So if you extrapolate, the gains of recent years might suggest that by 2025, somewhere around here, we will be the error level of the best deep learning systems designed for recognizing objects on, which is almost or even better than human abilities, right? So only 5% error. Then mind you, this is among millions and millions of objects, millions and millions of pictures, right? But now look at the other side of the story, right? But the computing resources and energy required to train such a future system would be enormous, leading to the emission of as much carbon dioxide as New York City, the entire city, generates in 1 month. So by the time you reach these, and this is, remember, this is one specific machine learning model trying to do something on one specific data set. Now, if everybody is doing this for different kinds of use cases and different kinds of models, look at this. Just with this, when we reach the 5% error rate, we would be reaching the carbon dioxide generated by New York City in 1 month. And New York City has around 10 million residents, and by any comparison, it is much more power hungry than even, say, Delhi or Bombay, which has 15 million or more than 15 million residents, right? Because New York is a much more dependent on electricity compared to any of the Indian cities. So just one model is taking this much energy, right? So we need to think very, very deeply about what we want to do in the future generations, right? In the future generations of both our technology and what our future generations, most of the students here, would want to do, right? So let me talk a little bit about how Cisco is trying to handle this, because it is also important to Cisco. Cisco is a huge company. It has, I think, around 80,000 employees. It has a market capitalization of around, I think, $250 billion. And if you have ever used the internet to do anything at all, then it is almost guaranteed that your information or your data packets have crossed a Cisco networking gear somewhere or the other in the world, right? There is just no chance that nobody has gone through a Cisco networking box in order to connect anywhere. So what is Cisco's net zero goal, right? So in order to come up with anything, like what kind of goal do we want to set up, we first need to figure out, okay, what are our energy usage? Where do we use the most energy, right? So there are different scopes of energy, or different ways that we use energy. So there are direct operations. These are usually known as scopes 1 and 2, which are emissions from the operation of Cisco facilities, right? Like, for example, the offices where we work and the labs that we work in, lots of different kind of things. So this is very easy to understand, right? And then there are also the scope 3 energy usage, which is, for example, emissions, so product use, emissions from the energy that the product consumed during customer use. So you as a device, so that causes energy consumption, right? Then the manufacturing, and Cisco devices are not like, you just cannot build them up in day one. You have to procure lots of the concrete and then finally build it. And then those things brought some. So all these manufacturing equipment as well as Taiwan, right? So, and you assemble all the stuff in the US, maybe in India, things have to be carried, right? And there is a huge number of ships of the world just carry this. Right? So all of these are energy, huge amount of energy. So Cisco's policy right now is that we have signed known as by 2040. So what that basically means that by net zero, Cisco will be contribute zero to greenhouse gases for all our value chain. So by 2040, which means all 1, 2, and 3. And we have an earlier target that by 2025, which is just 2 years down the line, we will by up to 90%, or a minimum of 90% in scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions. Use our buildings and how we kind of day-to-day life. Right? And this 90% is compared to numbers of 2019, so which is not a number which is very early, because earlier used to use energy, but these days it has become more and more energy. So this is. I want to leave you with a quote, and this is my final. So leave you with a quote to Arthur C. Clarke, who is a famous English science fiction writer. So there is a saying that he wrote, any sufficiency is indistinguishable from magic, right? So I don't want to give you on what to, because I think I am from the past generation. I am polluted, my mind is already polluted by thinking about how things should be done, right? I have the capacity of thinking out, like thinking as if I am a child, right? Because I said I've already been polluted with what I have learned, right? New generation, that is still generation, will come who even more fresh, right? I don't think that are generable of imagining the things that you can do. So I leave you back, this quote from Arthur C. Clarke, that any sufficient technology is indistinguishable from magic, and I know that he will come up with advanced and so effective that to magic. Thank you.
Words have inspired us. So we are about days of this event. Please welcome our next MC stage.
Thank you for giving us this beautiful opportunity. So boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seat belts and get ready for orientation session. To lead this session, Vikram Kumar, who is more likely, he is presently Social Innovation Manager at NASCOM Foundation. Please welcome Mr. Applause.
Everyone, as student body program about the thingQbator, or before I would like to begin, like to ask from the last of the audience, am I audible to you? Yeah, thank you so much for. So can please. Yeah, so sir, before I start, kindly mention about the combination of these words. So just for you, a graphical representative, incubator is a combination of Internet of Things plus incubator. That is called incubator. Initially, this incubator started inside the Cisco community, and after the successful maker spaces from Cisco, now they have introduced this program across university that we are calling it as a thingQbator for academia. And this program we have started in 2018 with 5 colleges, and that is one of them. And we at NASCOM Foundation, as I mentioned earlier, also we are implementation partner. And these are 5 key areas where we are focusing right now. And we have founded this NASCOM Foundation in year 2001. We are the only one non-profit organization who is dealing with the technology. This is the one video which I may not be able to play right now, but I will leave it for the audience. So these are 2 offerings for all the participants about incubator. So right now we are offering 2 programs parallelly. One is the entrepreneurship track and second is the learning track. So many of the students are already part of first track, that is entrepreneurship track. And Ramana already mentioned there are 14 teams shortlisted in the prototyping stage. And for the learning track, this is a self-paced course available on the incubator portal. So anyone interested to enhance their skill, they can take it up. And right now there are 20 courses available on the incubator portal, out of which 18 of them will provide excellence certificate. And these are some one of the screenshots that I have taken from the website. And these are our cohort model, entrepreneurship model, where first we shortlist all the cohort, then we will move to the rapid prototyping stage, then we will have a mentor, in-house mentor, external mentors, and we do also provide some resources to build the prototype. After that, there will be a demo day. So in that journey could be from 9 to 12 months. After that, if any teams they facing any issues and they wanted to continue their progress, so they can reapply for the next cohort. And these are some resources that is available for all the students anytime. So we do have a YouTube channel. So anyone interested to take some workshop from there, they can take it up. We also do conduct a live workshop for ongoing cohort, so that is also open for everyone. It is not limited to the only the cohort participant, even anyone can join. So we do have a portal, they are just supposed to sign up on the portal and they can keep rechecking what are the upcoming events. So I have listed some of the workshop topic here. So anytime they can visit the website, thingQbator portal and check it up. And also the upcoming one, it will be visible there, so they can also participate for that. And these are some older testimonials. I would like to avoid just to say of saving the time. And what next? So this is my last slide. So what next? So there will be a non-cohort hackathon that is open for all except the ongoing cohort 6 from the prototyping stage. All of them can apply for this non-cohort hackathon. It is a 4-day online hackathon. And as I mentioned earlier, also there will be a live session. So anyone interested, they can also join live sessions. And we do have a courses, so anyone can take part of these courses. And till the next time, we will start the cohort 7. So please fasten your brand and just keep checking our website, and we will be once launching our next cohort, we will be visiting again and we will be doing orientation for the next cohort. So thank you so much. If any questions regarding the thingQbator, I will be happy to take that. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing this beautiful story of thingQbator. We are pretty sure this success story has wakened up the hidden entrepreneurs amongst everyone present in this room. क्या बोलते public?
Before moving to our next set of events, I want to the energy level of you guys. Are you guys enjoying? Body members, how's the Josh?
Everyone, how's the Josh?
Polo.
And now it's time for the most awaited panel discussion. The topic of the discussion is the role of technology and innovation in achieving sustainability goals.
To embrace us on this topic, we have panelist Dr. Viswa Vijay Panigrihi, co-founder and chief mentor of Trident Group of Institutions. Mrs. Jhansi Lakshmi ji, startup and incubation expert from Startup Odisha. Mr. Manoj Pandya, director of technology at Booking Genie. And Mr. Vijay Venugopal, technical consulting engineer at Cisco, who will be present with us in a virtual mode.
We request our panel member to come on the stage and take their seats. We would request our student body to welcome them with a token appreciation. To carry forward this panel discussion, we have Ms. Arundhati Banerjee, Senior Executive at NASCOM Foundation as moderator.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Once again, I would like to welcome our respected speakers and lovely audience. I hope you all are enjoying. Without further ado, I will move on to the panel discussion, the session which we were eagerly waiting for so long. At the end of the discussion, if time allows, we will be picking up questions from the audience. So I would request to prepare your questions beforehand. So I am starting with the panel discussion. Are we all ready? Okay. So my first question is directed to Dr. Panigrihi. So, as you know, our topic today for the panel discussion is role of technology and innovation in achieving sustainable goals. So, I would like to know your insights and personal experience on this topic.
Thank you. This is the question I was looking for. So I must start with my recent most experience as I was briefing. That was yesterday. Yesterday, I met a group of boys and girls wearing green, and they were about 60 in number. So they wanted me to sensitize them on climate change impact, why at all it is a challenge, what is the concept of sustainability. So I didn't have much time. I had only 15 minutes, and I had to bring all my knowledge at my command, how to put a précis of what sustainability is. So I briefed, and then I introduced this to them. Now, taking a clue from there, what I saw right now from the Cisco presentation and the set goals which they have for net zero. It was very interesting. I may ask all our student members, participants, and if permitted, the dignitaries also, to have a look at the internet clip for last Apple Incorporated board meeting just before the launch of iPhone 15. It's a beautifully crafted small clip where Tim Cook is present, but Tim Cook is sitting on the edge and the other members are sitting there. Before something happens, they were all restless, and you have to find out why this restlessness. Then finally a lady comes, and lady sits there. They were all actually apprehensive, something is going to happen. The lady was Mother Nature, and Mother Nature, she gave them some home tasks in the last meeting, and she was asking everybody, what have you done to do these things? And she was also taunting that you said, last time you said you would be achieving this. Have you achieved? Then it was told, yes, we are trying. Now when will you finish? 50 years? Okay, no, next year. So like that, this clip is very, very interesting to understand that even the $3 trillion valuation, biggest company in the world, Apple Incorporated, is displaying this before the launch of their iPhone, and this is on sustainability, and Mother Earth is asking, why are you doing this to me? When are you going to stop this? So this is sustainability in brief. Now, coming to net zero. Cisco has planned net zero. They have taken 3 milestones. You will be happy to know, because I have been asked about my experience, you will be happy to know this institution is one of the very few educational institutions in higher education in India now, a partner of United Nations in this sustainability goal initiatives. They have a wing called HESI, Higher Education Sustainability Initiative. Our foundation, that is the Dinabandhu Foundation, as well as the college, that is Trident Academy of Technology. You can find these two names in HESI partnership if you look at their website. So we are formal partner to them. Now, we are following their net zero prescriptions. Our first and final goal is to make this a net zero campus by 31st December 2024. Cisco's interim goal is 25, then 30, then 40. Yeah. Our goal is 24 December. And what all have we done? 2 things we are addressing to start with. First, we are now consuming, we have a substation, electrical substation. Because as you know, most sources are energy and mobility. So we are consuming about 400 to 450 kilowatt That is what we are drawing from the thermal grid. As he said, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, this is our scope 2 emission we are causing. Because we are not causing it directly, but we are encouraging somebody who is causing this carbon dioxide emission in thermal power plant. That is our scope 2 emission. We want to achieve zero because we have a plan which we have already ordered. 600 kilowatt power rooftop solar we are installing on our 9 buildings within next 6 months. So after that, it will be zero thermal power for us. We will be fully self-sufficient in our power. Rather, we will be injecting power in net meter basis to the utility grid. So that is the plan and we are on track for that. And we have introduced several incentive plans starting with our employees. We are giving them interest-free loan to buy green scooties, EV scooties, and this is going to be scaled up for four-wheelers also, no interest. And we have taken up a series of plans. This is another thing. But as he said, out of 17, there will be hardly few which will be directly technology connected. There will be others in the social sector. If you look at the new concept of sustainable economy, that's called donut economy, you have a planetary boundary outside and a social boundary inside. So for addressing the social boundary, we have set up this SACRED, which you see behind that. That is Sustainability and Climate Research Economics Department. So we are going to follow sustainable economics, sustainable sociology. So it is being headed by a lady in associate professor level. She was here, she is not here now. So she is leading that department and we have 3 members now. It may be scaled up. So full 17 sustainable goals will first sensitize, but our primary goal is goal number 7. That is, she is here. Primary goal is goal number 7, that is affordable and clean energy. And that is how we are going towards achieving net zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vijay, I have the same question for you. The impact of technology and innovation in achieving sustainable goals. Your insights on the same.
Hi, Arundhati. Hi, everyone. Hi, panelists. First and foremost, I really want to thank everyone. I feel great honor to be part of this great program today. So coming to the technology and innovations impact to the SDGs, right? There is no doubt that, it is very imperative tool to accelerate the sustainability. But at the same time, we need to understand the difference between these two, right? So technologies are nothing but the tools, okay? And the innovation is the process, and innovation is the mindset, right? So with a design thinking mindset and innovation mindset, we should be able to use these technological tools, to accelerate the sustainable goals. So I want to give you one example. So I've been working in the IT industry for over 18 years, and I have worked in China as well as in India. I want to give one simple thing that I witnessed in China, especially on decarbonizing in the transportation sector. Right? When I was in China first time in 2004, I was very surprised to see that, there were no diesel buses and there were no trucks in the cities. Right? And literally we dropped just 1 penny to travel from one place to another, regardless of the distance. Right? And it is all equipped with the compressed natural gas. Right? It's a gasoline. And then it got transformed over the period of time to liquefied natural gas. And in the last 5-6 years, I've been seeing the electric buses around the cities. Right? I was living in a couple of cities in China, and I witnessed all this transformation happening through this adoption and the transformation of these technologies. While we are giving the convenient mode of transportation to the people, we are also addressing one of the main challenge, right, when it comes to the carbon emission thing, right? And to me, that technologies that is exponentially emerging in the recent past, especially on the AI, ML, and IoT, right? It's a boon for us, right? Being in the networking company, Cisco is catching up the speed of AI, ML adoption, and we are talking about, how to optimize the GPUs, right? We earlier can we optimize it? How can we distribute it? A distributed solution is also helping Cisco to meet one of the sustainable goals set by the United Nations. So I feel that it's the right time, and it's really important for every one of us to learn about these goals and live with it and think about it. Right? It's not only the CSR, and I see that companies, all the corporates are having the CSR activities to align with these goals, but at the same time, its social responsibility should be coming at very first, right? So that we all should be aware of these goals, and we should actually, every small action that we take should also contribute to these goals, right? So that way, we can be aligned with these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jhansi ma'am, my next question is to you. Why do you think the awareness of sustainable goals are important for student communities?
Hi everyone. So why the sustainability goals are important for the students, right? So I think it should be like not just for students, for all humans. That's what I believe in, because sustainability, though the word has come in at a later date, we have been taught about it since our childhood. Being conscious about what we are eating, how much we are eating, the way we are consuming, and not to waste anything. That has been imbibed into us since the childhood days. So that is nothing but sustainability. And then going forward, as we have developed and as the technologies have stepped in, our lifestyles have changed. The need for sustainability has arisen because the mother nature has limited resources. We can't abuse the resources. We have to make best use of them, because today why we are concentrating so much on sustainability is because we are seeing that the mother nature, natural resources are depleting in nature. So we want our next generations to have something to live a comfortable life. They need the fresh air to breathe in. They need drinking water, which is depleting day by day, because we started abusing the nature. So we need to cut down on that. That is the reason why this need for awareness on sustainability has come in. So this sustainability should be taught to each and every one of us from zero age. It's not as a student. So we choose students right now because whether it's a school student or a college student, because many of the parents are also not aware. So we want to reach out through them, and who can be a better media? The best medium to reach the parents is through the kids. Because when kids learn here and then go back and tell the parents, yes, today we are taught about this, and you should stop wasting water. You should stop wasting energy. And you should also give equal importance to women in the work area or whatever it is. There are like 17 basic sustainable goals which have been defined in a broader spectrum. But as you deep dive into it, there are many, many sub programs or subtitles where we need to work on. to reach that end sustainability goal. Right? So, and also, you know, when you talk about the technologies, almost 70 to 80% of the sustainable goals can be achieved through technological interventions. So today's world is running on data. And this data can be captured through the mobiles or devices, what we have, the technologies. So previously, everything used to be manual, and today we are moving into the digital world. And as we are becoming more and more digitized, we are losing our humanity to some extent, which has to be brought in. Bringing in humanity back into the system definitely will work on the sustainability goals. And you know, how many of you know the sustainability goals? Students? I'm seeing only one hand. Why? Are you not aware? See, previously in my childhood, I remember we used to just collect tap water and drink. Today we are not able to do that. We are all buying Kinleys, or, you know, we are having water purifiers at home. Why? Why the situation has come in? Why? We are the reason for it. So you all should learn about sustainability and work towards bringing in the interventions to address them. The net zeros. Today even we talk about beyond the SDGs. We are going beyond SDGs and talking about ESG. Enterprise social governance. So every enterprise should work on coming up with a net zero. So you are the brand ambassadors for achieving the sustainability goals. So you have to educate yourselves. And sir, I must really appreciate the name you have given there, sacred. It's so sacred to think about, you know, the sustainability. It is the need of the hour. It is the need of the hour, and at least now we all should learn about working on achieving these sustainability goals. So I think all of you should become the brand ambassadors and spread the message of achieving the sustainability goals in every walk of your life, every minute of your life, wherever you go, wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Manoj sir, your take on the awareness of sustainable goals among student communities.
Oh, it is already good afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. And so when it comes to awareness, already ma'am has told about that how much the awareness is required among everybody. And when it comes to particularly the students, so I was into teaching for many years, so I have interacted with the students, and I don't see the difference between the student and teacher. So when it comes to learning, always there is a scope and there are many things that we have to learn. And so students are particularly known by the learning, because they are learning, they are called as students. And so when someone is teaching, it's called as a teacher. And awareness is required for everybody. It is not only for students, but the enthusiasm of learning is more in students, so that they want to learn many of the things, know many of the things, and always they carry a curious mind that no, these are the things that we have to work on, and before you work on, you must be aware of the things. And I will give certain example related to the sustainable. So before that, I was just discussing with sir that This is for me, it's the first time that I am hearing that people are thinking about these sustainable things. Because being in the corporate for many years, we generally talk about sales, marketing, and this product and innovations and all this. But it is good to know that someone is thinking about the Mother Earth and doing great things on this achieving the sustainable goals. I have been to Infosys. I think many of you know about Infosys. Infosys, Mysore, they have a center called as the GLC, that is the Global Learning Center. That was my first interaction, and that was away from Mysore city, and we stayed there around 7 days, and we enter on like Sunday evening, and we come out from that campus after 1 week only, and everything was there inside that campus. So there I, for the first time I saw, there were the washrooms were there were the taps, and it was written not for drinking. So the water that was coming from the tap, it was written not for drinking. Then I thought, nobody is going to drink that water, then why it is being written? So now the thing is that when you think about, when it comes to particularly for water, how we use the water. We use the same water for drinking, that is going to our aquaguard or something, and the same water we use for flushing. We don't differentiate. So there I saw all these waters are recycled, properly, it has been treated, and then the water are used not for consumption, but for doing the other things. Let's say you want to brush your teeth, or you want to wash your face, or you want to use it for your other things in the washroom. All these are the recycled and treated water. So drinking water is something different. So that is a classification I saw there, the drinking water and non-drinking water. So, and inside that campus also, everybody will be moving from one place to another, and they will be using cycles, and there will be this umbrella that you can carry from one place to another, put it there, somebody can take it from there. So these are the things that I learned maybe 13 years ago, and as a student, always when you will be coming across all these things, that will boost you, and that will help you in learning that yes, these are the things that also we need to know, and that we have to practice. Always I believe on that is that having the awareness is not the end of the thing. Awareness is okay. I am aware about all those things. We are aware about many of the things, but we don't do. So practicing the things are more important than only having the awareness. We know that how the environment is being polluted, how the temperature is rising in terms of degree every year, and but what we are doing for that? We need to come out, and we have to do something for that. And for that, again, that awareness is always required. And being a student with the innovative mind, with the curious mind, I believe that you can do many of the things. You can bring out many new ideas that can be implemented, that can be practiced, so that we will be able to save the Mother Earth in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. IoT, AI, and ML are collectively contributing to more efficient and sustainable use of resources. Vijay sir, how do you envision the evolution of IoT, AI, and ML serving multiple purposes as a role in achieving sustainable goal?
Right. So the technology and innovation, right, that we were talking earlier, which is all nothing but the technologies or the tools, as I mentioned earlier. And the AI ML is just particularly IoT, and AI ML is kind of a tool which is being mostly talked about recently and being used in the solutions, right? And there are a lot of things that we have been doing on talking about IoT and sensors and AI ML in the recent times. Okay, I want to give you some examples, right, how the AI ML and IoTs can be used in various sectors. Right? Earlier, Ramana sir was highlighting about the incubator thing, where there was a device that can predict the asthma, right? and it can control, it can monitor the heartbeat, it can monitor several indicators, leading indicators of our health conditions, right, and our physical exercise and calories that we are burning every day, right. It is all nothing but the innovation of using these technologies to continuously monitor ourselves and be prepared, or continuously understand how we are doing in terms of health, right. So in the healthcare, not just this, even every other day I'm seeing some innovation coming with a state-of-the-art algorithms like Google's Palm 2. If you guys have not heard, you can go and do a Google search, and Google's Palm 2 algorithms now can beat the human doctor's accuracy. Right now, it can give more than 95% of the accuracy result, right, from the radiology images. So there are everyday innovations happening in various sectors, especially in the healthcare. And when it comes to agriculture, right, take the IoT sensors, right, there are a lot of remote places and, at times that where, our farmers cannot reach, right. So those were all the places where, the remote sensor can come into a lifesaver, right. The remote sensor is nothing but, can capture a lot of data, can continuously, monitor the soil moisture level, and also the plant diseases, right, and the weeds, and focus pesticide applications, right. There are so many things, innovations are happening in the agriculture side as well, right, after the healthcare, right. So all this is nothing but, we are continuously leveraging these technologies to innovate new things on various sectors, at the same time, addressing the sustainability development goals, right. So Cisco, in terms of technology, we are into the solution of IoT, right. We have a lot of IoT customers who are using the Cisco solution as in a whole, who is being benefited by all these things, and we have a very good support system and servicing, where we get in touch with the startup programs, right, the startup entrepreneurs, where we give them a guidance, mentor them, make them adopt these kind of technologies to to meet their goals. That's.
Thank you. Dr. Panigrahi, can you shed some light on the evolution of IoT, AI and ML serving as advancing in sustainable goals?
Thank you. See, in my keynote address, I have already told you that before coming here, I was trying to jot down on a piece of paper. I stopped at number 21. But then after that, I thought of taking some 5, 6 so that I can share in this brief time. See, as you know, now it is one step beyond. IoT plus AI, okay. But then with that, you can add drones, you can add remote sensing and GIS for addressing this climate change or sustainability problems. Because it's very simple. Standing here, we can see something. From drones and LiDAR camera, you can see a larger area. And you can see accurately with more accurate camera projections. When you want to see bigger things with the present remote sensing technology from satellites, you can see things in 10 centimeter precision. Earlier it was 1 meter precision. Now you can see in 10 centimeter precisions. So modern satellites, some satellites which were launched last year, they can even recognize the driver driving a car on the street. So to that extent, if you have technology, you have to combine this. So there was a problem in sustainability that forests are catching fire. So these unpredicted forest fires have to be addressed. You have to predict. Now how do you predict? First, you put this IoT WSN network, you put AI there, catch it in your server, then what? So these IoT nodes, when they capture, they may be destroyed in the fire also. Then you fly drones over that to map the fire-affected zones. And then you set your satellite, localize it, and from geostationary also, you can start mapping and capturing every 30 minutes. See, 2 days back, we had the good luck of hosting the IMD DG, Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, who also happens to be the Vice President of World Meteorological Organization now. We were interacting with him. We told him something. He shared something. He is the climate man now. He was earlier called the cyclone man. So now if you transform it positively, he is the climate man for India and also a good climate man for the world. He was telling us that this climate change has to be addressed technologically. As my co-panelist just now said, just by being aware will not help. So now the world is aware. The Western countries, they have decided that sustainability concept will be based on a tripod. So this tripod is policy, that is government intervention. Another tripod is actually technology. And the third tripod is behavioral. So the behavioral is what we need. We have to act. Not only that we think or we are aware, we have to be proactive. We have to act to achieve results there. So these three tripods, as ma'am just now told, the concept is evolving to ESG, environmental, social, and policy, that is governmental. Now this ESG is again getting transformed. So S is becoming socio-economic. S is being replaced as EES, that is environmental, economic, and governance issues. So all these things will have 1/3 part dedicated to technology intervention. So that technology intervention, 75% of technology intervention is electronic, or you can call it AI, ML, IoT, plus remote sensing, plus drone. So that has expanded the area. This combination is now addressing climate change impact, forecasting, or issues of sustainability. So these technologies, our boys and girls, they have to learn how to apply. Only theoretical learning in the class will not help, or only prototyping a bit will not help. They should pick up threads and they should know how to apply on the field. They should solve the problem. So unless they, see, now once they innovate, they have to encash on their innovation also. So either they prepare a product which market accepts, or they prepare a developmental interventional project which the policymakers, government, they accept, or they are funded by CSR foundations, corporate foundations, or plain foundations. Now they are ESG foundation, they are sustainability foundations. They are sitting on huge funds and they are reorienting. The earlier no poverty alone or help the developing countries in healthcare, those orientations are now coming to global sustainability address, particularly to sub-Saharan Africa and South Asian countries. So these technologies are there to stay. These technologies are going to be reoriented, and once we have 2050 goal enforced, carbon taxes coming in heavily and carbon credits coming to market through economic instruments, there will be tremendous need of this IoT, AIML, drone and remote sensing to address issues of sustainability and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Manoj sir, could you provide insights into your organization's efforts in advancing sustainable goals?
Before I proceed, sir, thank you very much that you have a, what I can say, holistic view of this, starting from this climate control and all those things, and your approach to all those things are also very precise when it comes to, like, they know how to, it is not only identifying the problem but solve, and how to solve very precisely. So, yeah, when it comes to practicing these things in any organization, so yes, it is always there. And if you will categorize the organization can be different, like there are educational institutes and there are corporate houses, or so I will give some example because we are working in the hotel industry. I believe all of you know the hotels are there where people go and stay either professional things or for any leisure vacation. So those hotels are also one kind of organization that you can say. I'll give two examples. One is for the corporate. Yeah, one is for the corporate. There are small steps can be taken which can lead to the conservation of energy, or I think this. So let's say you are having your washrooms, okay, and in the washrooms there are lights. So a simple thing that you can put a light which will run on the motion detection. So the light will be only switching on when somebody enters to the washroom, and then when you are coming in, you don't have to remember to switch off the light or this switch off the exhaust fan and all those things. It's a very small step, but when you implement, it will reduce that consumption of electricity, it will reduce. And the same thing is that when you are going for the hotels, in hotels, let's say I'm staying for 2 nights or 3 nights. Recently, I have been to Delhi to attend one event for MongoDB. MongoDB is one of the pioneering database. So I was staying in Andaz by Hyatt. So this is a new concept which is coming up. Let's say I'm staying for 2 nights or 3 nights. Generally, the linen to be changed every day. The linen we talk about, the pillow cover or the bed sheet or the towels and all. So now there is something called as you can instruct not to change. Okay. So there will be something called as, let's say you leave the room for the day, then there will be something, there is a tag called as reuse. Means I don't want my linen to be changed. I am okay because I have stayed maybe around only night, like the whole day you are having meetings. You come to your hotel, only stay for a few hours, and then again you go for another day meeting. So there is that linens are not so that dirty that need to be changed. By doing this, what you are doing is that you are conserving the water and electricity. So even if it has not been used properly, it has to be changed, so it will be taken out, and there will be a separate laundry section who will be going and cleaning those linen, again doing this, pressing those things, again folding and putting it, all those things. So you just imagine how much of effort and how much of energy has been conserved by only specifying this called as reuse. And when it comes to this technology and this, we are providing software solutions. We are not into this IoT and sensing and all those things. But again, we will be coming up with those things. We have a dream to do something with IoT, that keyless entry and all those things for the hotels. But we will be coming up with something that everything that you want to do in a hotel, that you should be able to through this mobile. So with a mobile nowadays in our hand, so everybody got a power of a supercomputer, you can say. So earlier days the phones were not that speed, but now they are coming with the amount of processor and this memory. So you are having a supercomputer on your hand, and everything that you want to do, that can be done with the use of a mobile phone. So we are coming up with this mobile app where you will be able to talk to the hotel, instruct the hotel, everything that you want to do. And sometimes it came, voice enabled. We are coming up with something voice enabled that you don't have to tell even. So you can just ask and the things will be there. So accordingly you will be able to instruct, and the resource can be used optimizedly. So as we know, the energy cannot be created. So only we have to conserve the energy. And to conserve the energy, the more interaction has to be there, and proper instruction and all those things, that will help a lot for the organization. And one more thing here is that the wastage of food. So in hotels also, always there is a wastage of the food. So how also it can be minimized. So something can be done on that, like particularly you can specify the specific thing that you are looking for your food. so that you will be getting what exactly you are looking for and there will not be any wastage. These are very small baby steps, you can say, but I believe that these small baby steps will put an impact to do something with these global things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jhansi ma'am, you have already mentioned some of the schemes that are being operated by Startup Odisha. Can you tell us more initiatives that are in place in advancing sustainable goals?
Yeah, so I think I would like to speak here not just about what Startup Odisha does, but even in my previous organization, how we have addressed the sustainability goals. So I just want to go back here for a second, because when we spoke about, the awareness of sustainability, what is the age? I think you have a live example here, Panigrahi sir. So there is no age for learning. So there is a saying that, once you stop learning, you are dead. It is a triple L, lifelong learning. So starting from our birth till we take our last breath, we will be learning every day in our lives. Okay, so when we talk about, IoT is a very, interesting and subject which is very close to my heart. And we have used IoT in my enterprise. So I had been an entrepreneur, as I already mentioned. So our company was working on creating IoT solutions. At that point of time, in 2009, when we started our company, there was no term of IoT. There was no term of AI. We were only calling our solutions as remote monitoring, measurement, and management. So precisely we had devices which were sensing the data from different equipment and then collecting all the data, sending it, through the internet onto a server, and we are getting all the data, we are doing all the analysis of the data, and then coming up with report generation, and also the AI was implemented both at the machine level as well as at the server level to control the devices. So the local intelligence which was built into the device, embedded products, was, taking action locally. And if it fails there, then at the server level, we were overriding it. So this is how we have implemented IoT in energy domain, in the distribution network of power, as well as in the telecom passive infrastructure monitoring and management. There we were able to bring in lot of energy conservation. The telecom sector had been one of the major energy, consumer at that point of time. So we were able to bring it down by 15%. And similarly, in the distribution of power network, where you can implement IoT devices at different levels till the last mile and have a point-to-point energy audit and take immediate steps using AI to reduce the energy consumption, reduce the losses, and improve the efficiency of the systems. So, all these goals come under sustainability. So today, in fact, I want to mention about, two startups which we had in my previous organization. So before coming here to Startup Odisha, I was with an incubator in Hyderabad, Association of Lady Entrepreneurs of India, which is a 30-year-old organization by women, for women, entrepreneurs actually. So there, we were nurturing some of the students, and I just picked up 2 student projects from there, when I went for conducting an ideathon. And I tell you the kind of technological interventions, how they can help sustainability goals. So one of the project was by 2 students from electronics engineering, which were in, they were in 3rd year when I met them. So they have created disposable plates from rice crop waste. You know, in Punjab and other places, there is a huge problem of burning the fields. After you harvest paddy, they're burning the remains. So these guys have come up, one girl and a boy, they have come up with a solution where they were using this crop waste and converting them into disposable plates. That's how I met them. And today, I'm continuously have been mentoring them, though even I moved out of the organization. So we just took them into our incubation center and we helped them to create a machine, a seamless automated machine, wherein you just put the crop waste and you will get fine paper as an output. So from a disposable plate, now they are able to make very normal paper, which you can use for many applications. So that they are now fabricating that machine. So where, you know, again we are implementing the IoT to just set the output of the paper thickness, different variation of thickness, so that you can convert them into paper bags, you can convert them into disposable plates, or again, you know, the molds also, like, it's just modular kind of a system where you can create glasses or packing material from the crop waste. So now NABARD, even before the machine is ready, NABARD is talking to them for buying 5 machines from them. And similarly, there's another project by another guy. So he has created a solar, it's a hybrid model, solar and diesel based robo boat, robotic remote control boat, which can clean up all the ponds and lakes, collect all the garbage and also cut down, pull it out from the roots. The hyacinth, which is a, again, a plant which grows in the water in the ponds, stagnant waters. So they are able to pull it out. They have a conveyor belt which collects all the garbage and puts it into a bin. And when the bin is totally full, it sends an alert. Then remotely they will call the boat back to the, bank and then remove that cover, put another one. And also whatever garbage, plastic they're, collecting from this waste, they are converting this into tiles by mixing it with the construction waste. They are converting all the plastic and the construction waste into tiles. So these are all certain sustainable technological solutions which students have come up with. Wherein Abhishek, one guy who is, I think, final year student of engineering, he has created a battery from plants. He has identified the specific plant which can be used for creating a battery. So he has already done 3 versions of the battery. So now we are connecting them with Amar Raja to, work on reducing the size of it. And see, once this is a very disruptive way, and it's a biodegradable battery. So only thing he needs to work on is the enclosure, the mechanical part of it. So we are helping him to, in different ways through mentoring, and also now he is, we connected. So he also participated in the pre-incubation program. And, we have connected him with our incubation center, incubation partner, and now he is getting support in the form of Startup India Seed Fund. He's also getting a mix of grant and also debt. And yesterday he was also selected in that sprint program. And again there also he is getting a mix of grant and debt. So similarly, you know, in the new policy which we are, it's in the approval stage. So we are specifically concentrating on the SDG goals. SDG, grassroots level innovations, social impact innovations. So all these programs we will be conducting, right, you know, so we'll be having hackathons. Even the January we had this startup Mela, wherein we conducted a hackathon program, and the theme given was sustainability. How do you convert waste into wealth? Circular economy, reduce, recycle, reuse. So this waste to wealth is something many of you can work on, because our waste comes in different forms. Food waste, cloth waste, organic waste, inorganic waste. So how can you really recycle them and give them a new form of life which can create again a wealth? So these are all many things which, you know, as students, because why we concentrate more on students is because you think out of the box. I'm not ashamed to say that, you know, you guys are more intelligent than us. And you have lot of, you know, gadgets around you which give you more and more knowledge. You get an idea, you can just Google and see if it is available in the market. How you can improve your idea. We have learnt it the hard way. So I request all of you to please understand, and first thing, as Sir was mentioning, the tripod structure, I would firmly believe and also try to tell you that behavior is something which should come first for achieving the sustainability goals. See, today we are all having the water in this plastic bottle, and this will be thrown outside. So what is alternative for this? We are still searching. People are still searching for it. Many ideas if you just look around. Please do that and come up with solutions and include IoT, AI or ML wherever possible to make it more easier and comfortable for use. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm done with my questions. So now we'll be moving forward to the audience. So if you have any questions, you're requested to raise your hands. Yeah. Can we give them a mic?
Good afternoon, esteemed members. I'm Ramanujan. So I have a question for Vijay. So basically, when you talk about ML, AI, these machines take a lot of energy for computation. Say, for example, you are doing any AI or graphic energy, whatever computation we are doing for machine learning, it is taking a lot of energy. And at the same time, it is creating a lot of heat, you can say the outcome. While doing any computation, there is a lot of heat dissipation. So, what are the alternative? Like, these machines consume a lot of energy, and we can see with us some are renewable energy, some are non-renewable energy. But most of us are relying on non-renewable energy. So, what do you think? How Cisco or the other organization are tackling this? Like, you cannot put your rigs or servers in desert because it will affect the cost. So, what are the measures you guys are taking?
Thank you. Great question. So I understand, if I understand your question correct, so the excessive computational consumption of, training, doing the model training in the AI ML solution, especially when it comes to the computer vision, right, where you have to exhaust your GPU
Yes.
hard, right? So I would say that, first and foremost thing, what I usually emphasize to my team is think about, whether we should train a new model, even before you go into that solution. Okay, think about whether should we do train a new model, or should we use the existing model and then you do a transfer learning by, creating your own, on top of your, existing model, you can fine tune your own data with the minimal data that you have, right? So that's it. The first and foremost thing is you need to change the mindset of, reinventing the whole thing from the scratch.
Yes.
Right? So let's reuse. I mean, think about reusing it. See if you can reuse and try to do a filtering over there. And then, if you still want to go beyond, and do a innovation in retraining or training the model from the scratch, there are ways that, we have a solution in the cloud, right? When if you do it in on-prem, I can say that, it's going to be a very costly task for you, right? But at the same time, if you want to use the cloud economy, right, cloud infrastructure, you can leverage that well-architected framework that all these public cloud enterprise companies already having, right? They also address the reliability while addressing the sustainability part, right? If you have heard about the AWS and other Azure and GCP, they have the spot instances. You can reserve it, right? You can use as and when you need, right? And it is no more, ephemeral storage. You can have a persistent storage of your model, where you left in the past, right? So there are multiple ways you can cautiously or thoughtfully, leverage the technology from the cloud, and at the same time, you can implement your solution. So these are something I have it in my mind, but there are, and Cisco is actually coming up with a GPU clustering solution where you have, you can do a AI networking using the Cisco Silicon One hardware. So with that solution, I think Broadcom and NVIDIA are also doing the same thing. So Cisco is also coming up with this AI networking where you can have a distributed GPU clusters where you can do the model training in a very short period of time with the less compute resources.
Yeah, and from the same, like you answer certain points, and again I got a question like when you talk about resource sharing and everything, different organizations have their own in-house, like when you say if you train a certain model, you can reuse the certain model. So is there any possibility like big corps and companies can put their model in a single repository where we can harness the energy? So that certain models have been trained and that same repository can be used by many people. Or the same goes with the hardwares. What is the thought process around it?
Right. Yeah, hardware is obviously, it can be made public and anybody can use it, But when it comes to your model, it depends on what data you are consuming, right? If it is going to be a confidential with a PII, a private data, then obviously you cannot make it public. So, you should be cautious when it comes to the data privacy concerns. So, yeah, from the hardware perspective, yes, Cisco hardware or even public cloud hardware can be reused for various other customer scenarios.
Thank you, Vijay.
Are there any more questions?
Excuse me, can I just pitch in to respond to him?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Right.
Yes.
What I understood, I am not a technologist, but what I understood from his question, I think I can respond supplementing what he said. So whether it is cloud, it is not in the cloud.
Yeah.
What I understand, it is a collection of servers on the earth only.
Yes.
Whether it is distributed computing anywhere, that will also need power on the earth only. So ultimately, due to principle of conservation of energy, see, energy has to be spent, right? You have no choice there. So what is the choice? Choice is you develop technologies, whether in software or in hardware, where to achieve the same goal or same result, you consume less energy. Yes. So that is the solution. So one has to work towards that, right? Having said this, I will only add, today only in the morning, when I was going through some article, I read that wherever Silicon Valley is or where Cisco headquarters is located in San Jose, in California, California state has taken a pledge that they will not stop consumption of energy. They will go for energy efficiency. And two, they are going to be net zero, and they are investing heavily on wind and solar, including CSP. So what is important is you switch your energy. Energy source has to be switched from carbon emitting energy to renewable energy, non-emitting energy.
Yes.
That is one. Two, when you have that much of energy and you have to achieve more, you have to use it efficiently. So efficient use will need more efficient software,
Yes, yes.
more efficient hardware,
Yes.
whether it is NVIDIA or Intel, or now all soft tech giants planning to innovate their own GPUs, own CPUs.
Yes, yes.
Whatever they do, they are working overtime on the architecture and energy efficiency. Right? Even when you employ your IoT network, major problem in IoT application is how do you power it?
Yes.
Suppose I put one IoT network in the forest with sensors. How do you power it? If you want to power it through batteries, in that case, that is also limited, and when there is a fire, nothing will happen. So powering IoT sensors is the challenge in field applications. So ultimately, it is powering.
Yes.
Wherever you do computing. So switch the power source, make it more energy efficient.
Yes.
Okay, that is why now we have in this institution, we have formed 21 OBE groups. That is outcome-based education groups. These are basically faculty groups first. Whereas we have one RENEN group, renewable energy group. We have one energy efficient group. Our first target within next 4 months is we are removing all our old package air conditioning, incurring a huge cost. We are actually putting new units which are VRF and energy efficient, and by doing that, we have calculated the model. We will be reducing our total energy consumption by 40%. Number one. And number two, that 40% will be inside our rooftop solars.
Yes.
And balance will be selling the utility here. Okay? Yes. So that may be one of the solutions.
Yes, definitely,
probably.
definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Yes.
I want to add a small thing here. So it's one of the pillars sir has told, like the behavioral. So whenever it comes to that, how we can help in reducing the carbon emission, all of you are visiting your college website. I am asking to the students. Then how you are going to how you are visiting that? By typing the URL in the browser, or going to Google and search for the name, and then the result will come and click and you will go to the site. You understood what I am trying to say. There are two options. The best is go to open Chrome, go to Google, type the name of the institute. The first result will be coming, that will be your institute. Click there and go to the website. Or you remember the URL, or you keep it as a bookmark if you are visiting frequently, and then access the website. What is the difference between these two? Or there is no difference? Okay, so earlier I think Google was also coming with like that. So whenever you are doing a search in Google, you know how much power it consumes. It is very small. But you think about the whole world. Everything that we are doing, we are going to just Google and searching for the thing. So whenever you are doing a search, there are a lot of computational things are happening on the background. Okay, there are data has been stored and it has been indexed, then it is going in. And also it will be giving you, thousands of results. Only except one, none of the result is of your use. You are not going to use them. You will be only following the first link that will be coming or that is relevant to you. So instead of searching from Google and going to the site, if you know the URL, it is always better. I used to prefer to know most of the site I frequently use, I put it on a bookmark, and from the bookmark I directly go to the site, or I type the URL if I know. But even if you know and you are visiting frequently, still you are going to Google and doing the search and going to your website, then you are not helping. Okay, you are not helping in reducing the carbon emission. It's a very small step, but you think about the whole world when they are using this. We know it's the easiest way, going to Google and do the thing. But if you are doing that small thing also, it will help in reducing the carbon emission. So you can make it as a practice. The URL that you know, just go and type the URL and or put it on a bookmark. Okay. Otherwise, no, it is there. But I request to do in that way. Thank you.
And you know, Google data centers all over the world, they are one of the highest electricity consuming units. That is why Google was the first one to think of energy efficiency, energy efficient concentrated data centers. These were the thoughts, and they are almost 70% through to switch the power sources to renewables. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay, so I'll close the panel discussion here, and over to you, Piyush.
What a beautiful and interactive discussion it was. You have given us a whole new perspective of viewing things in a more different and sustainable manner. Thank you, dignitaries.
So it's time to felicitate our panel members.
I would like to request Mr. Ramanna sir to come forward and felicitate our dignitaries on behalf of NASCOM Foundation.
Thank you, sir. Now we would request the Dean, School of Computing, Dr. Abhay Kumar Samal, to give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, no function is ever complete without giving a formal vote of thanks. And I am proud here today because this is my share. I am Abhay Kumar Samal, Professor and Dean, School of Computing, and spoke for this Cisco's thingQbator Makerspace at Trident Academy of Technology. On behalf of the Trident Academy of Technology, Trident family, I am sincerely expressing my heartfelt thanks to all those who have made this event possible and a grand success. Dr. Biswa Vijay Panigrahi, a running encyclopedia, a person with magnificent broadband spectrum knowledge, well versed in the field of sustainability research, has extended boundless support in organizing such kind of events around the year. We are extremely thankful to him for supporting this event in every possible way, as well as finding a slot despite his busy schedule to participate in this event as a keynote speaker and as well as a panelist. Thank you, sir. Let's have a big round of applause. We are extremely thankful for Mrs. Jhansi Lakshmi ji, startup and incubation expert, consultant from Startup Odisha, for participating in this event as a keynote speaker as well as a panelist on behalf of Startup Odisha. We are thankful for Lakshmi ma'am for appraising the gathering about the idea submission opportunity from Startup Odisha for the students and young entrepreneurs as a part of their Startup Yatra program. Let's have a big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am, for promoting start culture in the young and budding entrepreneurs in this state, giving exposure to on practical IoT from real life examples. Thank you, ma'am. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Ramana Bhemare, Program Head SIFI, NASCOM Foundation. He is the key person and brain behind this entire program. He must have spent many sleepless nights in making this program a grand success. He is a person always ready to extend his helping hand. We are extremely thankful for him. Thank you, sir. We are extending our thanks to Mr. Amit Kumar Shah from Cisco for participating in this program as a keynote speaker and delivering a magnificent talk on explaining in integrating AI/ML in sustainability research. Thank you, sir. We are extremely thankful to the young and energetic Bravo duo, Mr. Vikram Kumar Shah, the innovation manager, and Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, the hardware expert for this Makerspace thingQbator, for the kind of restless support they have given in making this program a success. Mr. Manoj Pandya, Director of Technology, Booking Genie, he has explained many things in a crystal clear manner. Thank you, sir. Mrs. Arundhati Banerjee, Senior Executive, Partnership Alliances, NASCOM Foundation. She has played a key role in making this program a grand success and playing the role of a moderator in this panel's discussion. We are thankful to all faculty members of this IoT Wireless Sensor Network work group of this institute in extending their cooperation and support in making this program a success. Thank you all. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Vijay Venugopal from Cisco for extending his support in making this program a grand success and joining as a panelist in this panel discussion. Thank you, sir. We are also thankful to the members of the student body for their restless effort in making this program a grand success. I am extremely thankful to all the deans, HODs, faculty members for making this program a success. I am extremely thankful to the principal of this institute, Dr. Devanarayan Patnaik, in participating in this program. I am extremely thankful to the chairperson, ma'am, Mrs. Smita Rani Panigrahi, for presiding over this function and making it a success. I am thankful to all the staffs whose name I have not taken, and their role has played a key role and vital role in making this program a success. Thank you all, and have a big round of applause for them. Thank you all.
I think while Abhay sir has thanked everyone, I think one of the key people who have to be thanked, I will name two of them. One is the entire student body and Spock, Abhay sir, who have actually made this program so wonderful and enjoyable for all of us. So a big round of applause for all of them. Real good job, real good job. You know, only at night, 9:30, 10 o'clock, they were still laying all these cables. We were still finalizing who should be. This is entrepreneurship and innovation in practice that I have seen here yesterday. So congratulations to all of them. And last but not the least, all of you guys. It's tough at 1 o'clock. I don't know how many of you have finished lunch. If you have not yet finished, it's tough to sit here, difficult to keep the stomach holding and still bearing with all of us. Thank you to you all to being here with us.
Thank you, sir. We would request all our dignitaries to have their lunch and then visit the thingQbator lab. Our student body will escort them.
Guys, settle down, settle down. Students, please settle down.
माइक दरकार ये
So welcome back everyone. We hope you guys have enjoyed your meal and we believe the energy is still high.
Do you think the energy is really high?
I don't think so. So
Okay.
let's take a test. Are you guys ready?
The energy is really low. Are you guys ready for the test? Okay, guys. So we will have a quiz, interactive quiz. Then that quiz will be based on only the thingQbator things. So everyone will be shown a QR code. A time will be marked of 10 minutes. A time will be marked of 10 minutes. So the students who will have most score in less time will, top 5 students will be selected. Okay, guys? So we are starting the quiz in 3, 2, 1. Guys, time is running out. We already got some responses. If you don't send quickly, you won't be get selected. Hello. 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 Guys, last 10 seconds. So countdown starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up!
Thank you so much, guys. Moving forward, we have a beautiful workshop on the most effective topic, that is data and humans. To conduct this, we have someone who has guided and mentored over 1,000 students at such a young age. He is a data scientist, and all of you must be knowing him. He is a Trident alumni. Please welcome none other than Mr. Sashwat Mishra.
Can we switch to the PPT? Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Okay, so before I start about anything, big thanks. I think this is a wonderful event, and it's really amazing to see thingQbator run on its own. And it's great that there are still enthusiasts out there. And I think it's a big honor for me as well. It's a privilege that I keep getting called. I love doing this, of course. Okay, and point number 2 would be, although I had the notice, I had very less time to prepare for this. So I did not have a great designer with me. It's just how it is. So focus on the content, focus on what I'm talking, less on the PPT. And thing number 3 is, this presentation is a very Gen Z, millennial-friendly presentation. Okay, I'm a little sorry for people who writer who is a psychologist, and he's written a trilogy. how statistics came into picture, and I'm going to travel all the way through where it is today and where it could be tomorrow. That's my agenda, okay? And like I said, I got very little time. You won't see visuals, you won't see anything. You'll just see a bunch of text. So you rather focus on what I'm talking. Are we good? All right. Okay, so like I said, this thing is not working. Okay, oh my God. I did not mean to write this in Egyptian. Really sorry, one second. I guess I'll just kill some time. Okay, although the topic today is data, I'll just touch machine learning a bit, just on the edge of it. Is there anybody who's into data sciences in general? Like you have heard or tried to learn a little bit about machine learning or any of data sciences? Anybody? No? Okay. How many of you enjoy maths? Maths, like algebra, statistics, matrices? No? Okay. What's your background? Computer science, right? All of you? Okay. All right. So don't think you are away from maths as such. You still have a lot of maths to do in life as a computer scientist. But okay, let me put it this way for all the math lovers out there. Okay, let's try to define a problem. Okay, so I want some wizard AI to be able to predict whether or not a particular amount of lead discharge from some factory will affect, or basically how badly will it affect the people around that particular river. Is that fair? I mean, is that understandable? So there's a factory and we suspect that this factory is, somehow ingesting lead impurities into a river nearby, and this is actually a real story. Okay, so this lead getting into this water, which will obviously damage people's health around, right? And the factory claims that no, it's all right. We don't discharge lead, etc., right? And you, as a human, not even as a data scientist, what would you do to ensure you know the truth? What would you do as a human? Forget data science, forget computer science. What would you do as a human? How would you test? Or how will you put in evidence? How will you show evidence? Okay, let's make it simpler. Let's make it a little simpler. All right. So, okay, the most popular machine learning example out there. So let's say we have real estate data. I have the size of a house. Okay, I know the number of rooms in that house. I need to be able to predict the cost of the house. Much better? So tell me, how will you do this? It's a very basic example. If you have ever rented a house, you know what parameters matter to estimate the cost. Okay, let's just start with this. What do you think are the factors to estimate the cost or maybe just the rent amount of a house? What are the factors? Quality as in age? Okay. So let's call that decor. Okay. So decor, not a ratio. Decor quality between 1 and 10. Okay. All right. What else? Number of rooms, yes. What else? What is the most basic thing? Come on. Carpet area or size of the house, right? Size of the house. What else? Location, safety, security, yes. So safety, security can also be a grade between 1 to 10. Location can be maybe categorized, urban, rural, semi-urban, right? All of that. And security, how would we categorize security? Maybe that also will grade 1 to 10. Maybe 1, 2, 3, that's good enough, all right? So we know these are the factors that matter. Now what do we need to get the value? We need some numbers. We don't know we do know that size matters a lot, but we don't know how much. If I knew that in calculating the cost of a house, the size of the house is 0.47 that's the proportion. That's the ratio in how much that matters. Am I making sense? Right? To calculate the price of a house, there is 100% of value, right? 50% of that comes from size, let's say. 40% of that comes from number of rooms. 10% of that comes from security. 10% of that comes from size, the number of rooms, etc. Right? We just don't know how much what matters. Are you with me so far? Are you? Where did you lose me? They're busy with themselves. Right? Come on, you're embarrassing us. As in. All right, let me start again. There's a house. We need to estimate the cost of the house. All right? We just discussed what all factors are important. What we don't know is what factor is important in what proportion. With me? Right? Okay. All right. So we'll just throw in random numbers. We'll say that the size of the house matters to 30%, safety matters to 30%, number of room matters 10%, decor matters 5%. We'll put all of that together. The value that we get, will that be right or will that be wrong? I'm just randomly putting numbers there. Will it be right? Wrong, right? Okay. But what did we get? We got an equation. We got an equation. The first parameter of the equation is that size of the house. Okay. Then security in the house graded between 1 to 3. Number of rooms in the house in numbers, right? We got an equation. Although it is wrong, we did get an equation. That is the fundamental principle of machine learning. That no matter what you want, you can build an equation out of it. We'll worry about the rest in some time. But that is the fundamental thing in machine learning. Go no matter where. Machine learning, deep learning, generative, whatever you look at today, modern world, AI, machine learning, whatever that is, right? All of this believes in a fundamental principle that math can solve everything, which we all agree with, right? So we have this equation. We just don't know what the actual real coefficients are. But we do agree at some level that with the right proportions, we will get the correct value at some point, right? Now that's the only machine learning part that people work in. The rest is data. How do you get to those coefficients? How do you decide what's the best coefficient? That data will give us. Understood? And that's what we're going to talk about. What data, why data, the value of data, etc. Ready? Font aa raha hai na abhi? Okay, thanks. All right, so like I said, we'll go back to 3000 BC. Okay, so when did this start? Back in 3000 BC, Egyptians, right, one of the oldest civilizations that we know of, they used to do population counts. They used to take census, and that's how they decided a lot of things, right? Egyptians were very modern for their time. Okay, for the fact that they're using statistics is obviously a big one, but let's look at the rest of the items as well. So they had a whole calculation. There was no Excel back then, of course, right? So there was no Excel, there was no data management portal or tool as such, but they had census data, not just on population count, they had measurement of agricultural land, like the whole Egyptian dynasty, how much of agricultural land do they have? And they were huge. They were huge. They were throughout Nile, right? So obviously they were big. They also assessed crop yields. They were able to tell that if this is the area of land that we have, they were able to tell that this is the amount of crops they will bring out the end of the year, right? They had granaries and storage. They had count of kiska kitna stock hai. That's how advanced they were, without Excel, all of this. And then with all of this data at one point at their office, they could perform centralized administration. They used to direct a lot of things with that information in hand. And that's how statistics birthed, right? Although they did not name it, they did not know what to call it. Coming back to 500 BC, coming ahead to 500 BCE, the Greeks, they were too religious, right? So they called gods for everything. And even in that, they used science. They used maths, right? So they used to perform astronomical calculations. They used to be able to predict the phase of the moon with no telescope. Telescope did not come until 1600s. They used to predict the phase of the moon, right? The shape of the moon. Because they had to pray, for different reasons, of course, but they could use statistics. And Athens, I'm a big fan of Athens. They used to calculate tax. You know how tax is calculated, right? You have to calculate the whole kingdom's value first. Then you decide how you slab your taxes. And all of this, I'm the biggest fan because they did all of this without Excel again. And then by the time Greeks came in, they understood that statistics is a science. They understood that this is to be studied. They had people working on it, right? Especially Eudoxus. Eudoxus came up with the ratio theory. Until then, people did not understand what proportions mean. So let's say they had to take a call between building a dam and killing 500 people. They wouldn't know how to decide because they did not understand proportion. They did not understand that dam banne se 2000, 500 people are dying because of floods and this, that. And nahi banane se, this many people are suffering because of no food, etc. I made it a little dark, but I hope you get it, right? So that's how they behaved, right? So Eudoxus first came up with the ratio theory, which until date is relevant. You do work with ratios, right? A by B equals C by D, that means they are in proportion, right? That's what this is. And not just values, they are in proportion. Okay, then by the Middle Ages, this became a necessity. So during the Islamic Golden Age, people used to send out messages encrypted, and they were very advanced, right? In order to decrypt the message, you had to understand, you had to study the frequency at which words were used, right? And I think that's brilliant. And that's brilliant, yeah. And that's what they did. And the Chinese, they already started using quality control methods using stats, which is still done today. Like if you go to any research paper, you cannot prove a thing without stats. You'll have to show numbers, you'll have to say that this is the evidence. And Chinese somehow started it way back. All right. And by 1400s, this was accepted as a science. The first book about probability was written. It's called Games of Chance. And that's when the term probability was coined. Jacob Bernoulli understood that in future, all the decisions that people would make will be on the basis of data. So he wrote a book on law of large numbers. This is a very popular book. And then people actually started using data in order to talk probability, right? So that's the first form of textbook intelligence. Maybe not artificial yet, but at least that's how you could make decisions because you had enough data to calculate probability of something. Sorry. All right. By the 18th century, if somebody tried machine learning or heard of few terms, you would understand that in 1827, people already were talking about Bayesian interpretation. Bayesian interpretation is a very, very modern form of statistics, where we are talking about conditions. Like, okay, I'll try explaining this like I'm explaining to a 10-year-old. Okay, please focus. All right, here, everybody please. Let's say, can I please get some eyes here? Thank you. Okay, so let's say, you have done this in school. Let's say you have a bag, okay? Your friend told you that this bag contains red and blue marbles, okay? You have to calculate the probability of, if I take out 3 marbles, what are the chances 3 of them will be red? Very simple question, thingQbator, you have heard a lot about this. What Bayesian probability is though, before you start, you have a hunch, you have a feeling that this is majorly red or this is majorly blue. And you embed that feeling that you have, right? So this is basically theory without evidence. You have a theory, but you do not have any evidence. You embed this theory without evidence into your probabilistic calculations. And this was way back. Can we just stick to the slide? Just stick to the slide. All right. So like I was saying, that's how advanced they are. And if you look at Gauss, Gauss already created regression analysis by then. Regression analysis till date is used in extremely modern machine learning models. Regression has gone nowhere. Regression basically can help you predict any number when you have enough numbers as input. The housing example that I was talking about, that's a perfect example of where regression analysis would work. All right. So by 19th century, correlation was a thing. People started establishing departments for statistics and machine learning, not machine learning, sorry, for data and statistics. And this is in 1911, right? So that shows the history that statistics has carried throughout. And I think there's a major phase. There was a lot of scientific advancement between 18 to 1950. And when I say a lot in volume, mostly around physics, right? A lot of, if you've seen Oppenheimer, if you've seen, what is that Turing machine movie? So all of that, right? All of that happened between this period. And in every research paper, for a research paper to be valid, you have to show evidence. And all of that did come from statistics. So that's that. And 20th century, nerds picked it up. And you know, when nerds pick it up, it obviously booms, right? So there was a lot of research specifically in that area. Just in statistics, if you have seen any research paper, you have definitely come across ANOVA, which basically tells you, but you compare variance between two different data sets in order to establish something. So that's again till date used. And yeah, hypothesis testing, of course, is part of all sorts of research. And by the end of 20th century, modern technologies or modern tools like SAS, SPSS, R, Python, all of these modern tools came out that made working with data way more easier. So that's that. Okay, so that's a bit of history of statistics, if anybody cared. Okay, in 21st century, like Andrew Ng said, this is the modern electricity. How in the 18th century, electricity drove everything. The whole 21st century will be driven by data. And in 21st century, you see a lot of modern other tools, people using data everywhere in biology, data and statistics, in biology, in physics, in I don't know what. Even movies are using data these days, right? In order to tell you, so there was a research conducted by one of the universities in US, I don't remember the name, and they went out collecting data about what in a movie matters the most to audience. And they're building a movie around it. So that's how impactful data is today. We'll talk more about this. But any questions so far? Anything that you're wondering about? All right. So what is the magic that data has shown so far? We have talked about how statistics advanced, but we never talked about the impact it made. So let's talk about a few wizardry things that data has done, right? So first thing is, okay, this is interesting. Right after World War II, US had a lot of money left with them, and they had a lot of name in the world, and marketing was an industry that boomed, okay? And if you've noticed any movie, any series from that period, everybody is smoking. Do you know why? That's how good marketing they had, especially the tobacco companies. And it was a thing. Everybody was smoking. And it was a social thing. It's a status thing, right? And that's how they sold it. Anybody who came up with research saying no, smoking causes cancer, smoking does this, that, they had enough money to kill them. Not exactly kill them, but to kill the research, right? And there was no enough evidence for the government to take action either. Until in 1950, Richard Doll and Bradford Hill, they published their series of papers showing correlation between smoking and cancer. And that's when the world started accepting, right? So that's the impact that it made with these statistical findings. A lot of people today at least are aware that smoking causes cancer, which until then was a myth, right? Okay, Higgs boson. Have you heard of Higgs boson? It's one of the greatest scientific discoveries of this century. God particle. No? There's a book called Goddamn Particle. Never heard of that? You have? Okay, the existence of Higgs boson was also established with, have you heard of that, the thing, CERN laboratory? CERN, right? Was it called CERN? They bombarded two extremely small particles to break it into further smaller particles. Until then, people thought there's nothing smaller than electrons. Quarks, bosons came out, no? Okay, so that was also stats. The genome project. A lot of understanding about DNA came because data and statistics exist. right? So there was a lot of data collected for a period of over 20 years. And that's when we started understanding that medicines don't work for everybody. All medicines don't work for everybody, right? So today there are modern products, modern startups that are working on this, that can tell you that if you have a headache, that this chemical in this amount, in these doses, and in these many hours, you'll be perfectly all right. Because that medicine is tailored for your DNA. And that's a big miracle, right? Google's PageRank, nobody can exist without Google today. And around 99, when Larry Page first came up there with their publishment about how to rank similarity in web documents. And that's when Google became a hit, right? There was no other engine back then that got results so relevant, right? And till date, I think Google is probably the best search engine, only if they did not steal data. Okay, so there's more. There's even economics, right? Even economics had to use statistics in order to price things, right? What is the optimum price for something? How to not hurt the market with pricing something wrong, right? So there are a lot of instances of that. Did you know in France, I think last month, Europe is going through recession, right? And there's no rotation of money. So the France government is giving loans at negative interest. So it's like you take a loan, bank will pay you back. Read about it, you'll understand, right? And that conclusion could only come because there was enough evidence in the form of data to give us the exact negative 0.5%, to give us that number. All right, so we are going to walk through a very simple exercise. I'm not sure how many of you would be interested, but I think this will be fun, okay? So we are going to act like data scientists here, and we have a very simple scenario. We all use wearables, right? Apple Watches, Fitbits, all of that, right? And we don't know anything about how the world around that works, but we'll just try theorizing what sort of data can I collect from these wearable devices, not exactly watches. There are a lot of things. Like there's patches coming in for old people, there's shoes, there's even shirts that are coming out with wearable gadgets, right? So let's try to sit and think of what sort of data can we collect, what can we deliver. And we'll talk about consequences for a few minutes after that. Are we good? All right, so tell me. Why is this coming back? Okay. All right. So feel free to talk now. So in a wearable gadget, okay, what sort of wearable gadget would you make? Okay, let's put it this way. What sort of wearable gadget would you make? What data would you collect? And what will you deliver with it? Okay, so you basically have to sell me your idea. Not exactly sell, but give me something. I'll give you back a hurdle. I'll give you, but if that happens, this will happen. You'll have to defend it. Okay, so this will be like a two-way discussion. Anybody? How many of you have wearables on you right now? An Apple Watch, a Fitbit, okay. Do you know what data your watch collects? Motion tracking, okay. Location, okay. Yeah. What is it? Yeah. Heartbeat, pulse, okay, and microphone. Okay, that's sad. Okay, what else? That's it. Okay. So his watch tracks 4 things. His watch has location data. His watch has motion tracking data. Did it ask permission before you gave it to mic? It did. Okay. So it asked for mic, and it also asked for pulse, right? So okay, what features do you get back when they collect this data? Okay. Voice can be covered. Okay. Timelining. Okay. And they give you health things. How much did you walk? How much did you move? All of that. Okay. Sorry, ma'am. How much distance you walk? Perfect. Sleep time as well, right? So it also tracks sleeping behavior. All right. So this watch, or do you use one? Do you use one? Oh, you do. Okay. So collectively, we know so far that it tracks your motion, which in return gives you. इसमें सारा. Okay, so those are the things that most popular watches today give us, right? What else can we do with that? What other data can you capture from wearables? saturation, like room oxygen saturation. All right, okay, oxygen saturation, amazing. What else? What else? Nobody else has a smartwatch. You never wonder about these things. Sorry? Sleep tracking is already mentioned. There is a very specific reason why I chose such a sensitive topic. We'll get to that part later. But let's first think what else can be done. Yeah. Yes. Yes. What other data items can we capture? What can we deliver in return? Sorry? Yeah, all of that is covered. All of that is already said. Yeah. Okay, I'll give you an example of interesting ways people have collected data in the past. You may not even believe me. Okay, hear me out. Do you see those CAPTCHA things, right, that Google had started? Okay. What do you think is happening there? Why does that exist? There are several ways of doing it. I agree. That's the objective that Google shows to people, right? That we are trying to differentiate people from automations, right? Yeah, from robots, right? But was there no other way? There's that sort of CAPTCHA also. Good companies use that, where you have to solve a puzzle, you'll walk in as a human. But what is Google doing? Why do you think Google is doing that? Okay, Google does a lot of AI stuff, no doubt, right? So Google had to identify objects in images. Who will sit and label that? Somebody has to sit and label that, right, for machine learning to work. Who will sit and label that? We'll do. That's what Google did. It said, okay, we have a basic information about each object in the image, so we can tell if it's a human or not. Now you fill the rest of the labels, and then we'll get the data, we'll work on it. Google never paid us for that, free labor. You understand? So there are interesting ways of collecting data, although this was unethical. That's not what I'm trying to tell here. But okay, so things like that. There are other ways of collecting data, maybe not directly from sensors. But what else can your wearable gadget give you? It's not always bad, right? Sometimes you can deliver good stuff as well. Nothing? I did not come with prepared answers. I'm going to move on to the next slide if you're not answering. What all wearables are you familiar with? Watch is one. What else? Sorry? Right. Perfect. Right. Yeah, I think there are some watches that started doing that. Yeah. So it reminds you to sleep, it reminds you to drink water, it reminds you to take a walk. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, one more thing. I think MI came up with this feature. When MI bands were still in fashion, they had a event training thing. So if you can add a custom event for, let's say you are cycling. And for example, cycling was not a part of their existing event. You can say that I'm cycling and you can start cycling. It will start to learn. And then you could add any sort of activity as such. Mountain climbing, you can do whatever you want. Right? Gym, a particular equipment in the gym, you can do all of that, and all of that will be tracked. Make sense? You need more examples of interesting ways of collecting data. I'm only giving you bad examples for some reason. Okay, but here it goes. Do you know why TikTok was banned? A lot of countries banned TikTok. Do you know why? And I'm not just blurting it out because I read it on Instagram. I've actually done research. Okay, hear me out. Which is why I was a little concerned when you said your watch asks for mic. Okay, hear me out. So, TikTok is a Chinese company. Any Chinese company is hard to trust. Okay, when I say Chinese company, it did not come out from China, but it is heavily backed by Chinese investors, right? So what they did is they had geofencing, so they know where a particular app is being used. If it is in China, social media has this thing. Social media has a reward system, right? So the more content that you watch, the app will understand that this is the kind of content you like. Okay, Instagram does that, Facebook does that, okay? But what TikTok did is that if it was within the boundaries of China, you would be rewarded. Youngsters are the one that uses social media the most. So you will be rewarded when you watch videos like you're building something, you're building a watch, you're working on some EV vehicle. Kids do that a lot in China, right? So those are the sort of videos that were auto-rewarded in Chinese regions. Is that making sense? So you will watch videos more of creativity, more of productivity, right? More of how technology can be used, how good the Chinese government is. You will watch videos of that. However, outside Chinese borders, it used to reward people with stupid dances, all those trends that you see on social media, those were being rewarded a lot, right? And this obviously was a violation, and that's how a large mass of the country today is busy with that. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that's how they use data. I don't know why, okay. I'll give you a good example also, wait. There's more unethical people in the world today running, so. Okay, there is a video on TensorFlow on YouTube where there's a small village in Africa and they have a very specific crop that they grow for food. They don't have anything else, zero other options, right? And there was a season when suddenly all of these crops were infected and they did not know what to do. So there were a lot of farmer suicides and all of that. So Google's own TensorFlow team walked down there, they collected data and they created a simple app in their own language that could predict that this crop is going to be affected, pull it from root, so that it stops spreading. And they like stopped that disease forever with proper boundaries. You'll find that video on YouTube. You can just search for TensorFlow crop, whatever. YouTube is very good with data. Okay. And have you seen those videos where you go to an Android phone, you just put it there, and you start talking about something without mics or without anything enabled, and later you'll see ads of that. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's how people collect data in different ways. Anyways, I think this is something that you can go back, do as a work exercise later if you're free sometime. Additionally, there is this thing that I believe in, I call it incubation. I think the term itself is called incubation, but this is more of incubating with your mind. Every time you learn something, you obviously cannot implement it right away out of the box. So what you do is, you live with that. You do what you're doing every day, but with the thought in mind. And then you'll start seeing how it can be used in everyday things. Anyways. Okay, so let's just talk about some modern innovations that data or machine learning has in general has brought today. So there's Plantix, this is what I was talking about, which tells you if a particular plant is deceased, is it gonna be deceased? What is the risk? All of that. So you can keep your crops safe. Then there is Analytic, which uses radio diagnostics. I think this is a very, what happened? Did you find something exciting? Okay. So this is a very exciting field where a lot of medical advancement is happening just because of this. If you've recently heard, they found the drug for cancer. They're testing it on humans. Not all cancers, but certain cancers, but they did, right? So things like that are coming out of data. If you go out, I think back in 2020 when COVID was on peak, I was very privileged to work on this project that could take an X-ray and give you the impact of how bad the infection is, the COVID infection is, right? And back then, tests were too difficult because nobody knew what to do because it was new. So that's our thing. Okay, okay, this is very interesting. It collects data from everywhere, like from news, from social media platforms. It can predict economic crisis about to happen. It can predict political crisis about to happen in a country, right? And I think they did a great job. Ushahidi, I think this is some Gulf ka product. And they had enough data, they can say that this particular political party is going to collapse, and these are the impacts that's going to happen. These are the countries that are going to be bothered, etc., etc. That's a good idea. Descartes Lab is a very popular, so they run drones, they run satellite imagery to tell what the crop yield would be for this year. And they give out like such good predictions in such mass level that they can literally control the market. They're good people, they don't. Okay. Orbital Insight, this is a very similar product. They also do satellite imagery and they'll be able to tell what is a good place to run the particular crop, what is a good place to, good places where rain will happen. They can predict all of that. So based on that, based on farmer volume, they give you the crop prediction for that year. Okay. There's so many such interesting products out there if you want to research. And these are the ones I specifically chose this because these are not popular, right? So obviously Google and Amazon are there, but these are not popular and they're making a great impact. Data and service, they're just selling data. Selling data, but in a very democratic way, right? They collect data, they take consent, they pay, and they sell. All of that. Understory, it predicts weather. It basically predicts everything. So Understory is more like a platform. They plug in data from anywhere, and they can plug out anything that you want based on that data. Okay. I'm coming to conclusion. All right, be patient. Okay, what are we seeing today? We are seeing that data is everywhere, right? That's what we're talking about. Your watch is taking data from you, your phone is taking data from you, your cars have started, do you know that? Your cars have started taking data from you, your government is taking data from you, everybody is taking data, so data is everywhere. And of course, data is being used everywhere to make decisions, right? So decisions as in there are universities that now don't just take admissions on the basis of your marks. They take your history, they check with their data, and they decide whether or not you're a good fit. So that's the level of data people are using today. And of course, there are privacy concerns. I just talked about TikTok, I talked about Google, so you know what is happening. Even Facebook, right? Even Facebook did that. Okay, one more interesting question. Facebook had a challenge, 10-year-old challenge. You familiar? There was a hashtag, 10-year-old. You had to post a photo of yourselves 10 years older, and you had to post a photo of yours now. Why did Facebook do that? No? Right after that, Instagram came up with a filter where you show your face and it will show you what you look like in 10 years. Data for that came from Facebook. They're really smart. Okay. So obviously there are privacy concerns. Nobody paid you for that, but people use Instagram for that. That is technically free labor again, right? So there are privacy concerns. I think, again, I don't know if I mentioned, Indian government is also coming up with a very, I forget the term. People are not okay with that new data privacy policy that they're coming up. Controversial. Yeah, there's a controversial data privacy thing going on. Okay, obviously, data regulation. A lot of countries will come up with their own policies. That's what I was talking about. A lot of advanced countries have already established theirs, and they pretty much stick to that very, very strictly. Singapore has their own, I think it's called SGDPR. Europe has GDPR. US has their own this thing. So all of that that we can see today. And AI and ML obviously fuel for everything. All modern startups are looking for, they're looking for investments today, either use data at some level or use some sort of machine learning, predictive analytics at some point. So that is definitely today, not even the future, that is today. And yes, okay. After a point, very soon, the pace at which machine learning is moving today will get slower. Do you know why? So in 18th or 19th century, statistics were advanced, that's what we saw. And there were a lot of research papers coming in, even till date, right? GAN is the most modern thing. GAN ke baad kuch nahi aaya. And if you see, things will start going low, downhill now. Can you tell me why? People will use ML, but new research won't be possible. Do you know why? Have you heard of a company called NVIDIA? NVIDIA. It builds graphics cards for laptops. Not just that, they build bigger graphics stations as well. Right? You heard of NVIDIA. NVIDIA does not do machine learning research. Why are they so popular in machine learning? What are they offering? Graphics card, yeah, basically infrastructure, right? So there will be a point when our binary computers, our binary infrastructure will stop supporting this. Have you heard of quantum computing? Okay, go check that out if you didn't, okay? So until that comes into picture, we cannot do more research because we have maximized everything. We have used supercomputers, we have spent crores on that. We have done a lot of research, and I think we are full to our infra now. So until a new infra revolution comes in, maybe we'll go a little slow until then. Okay, so that's today. What are we expecting for tomorrow? I think battery khatam ho gaya. All right, so tomorrow, what's happening tomorrow? You'll see IoT everywhere. Today, even today, if you go to big factories, they're not using any technology. It's still, have you heard of OSL? Stevedos, one of the biggest companies of Odisha. Paradeep OSL? No? Okay, they run a 400 crore company, and the only technology they use is SAP. So there's a lot of potential there for automation. They have labor management, they have their vehicle management, they have their other forms of resource management. They manufacture a lot of stuff, right? They work with a lot of logistic agencies, but they don't use technology at all, right? So this is one of the biggest companies around, right? So there's a lot of area still vacant for IoT to come into picture, and I think that will be very fastly filling, and they'll be decentralized. Okay, I'm finishing. Calm down, calm down. Like I said, there's privacy issues right now, and when blockchain will come at the same level of machine learning today, then there will be no privacy concern anymore, right? Because blockchain can ensure authorization, authentication very well, and no other company of yours can serve anybody else with your data, right? So that will be a big revolution that's coming in. Then there's quantum computing. Of course, this is still new. Nobody knows how far this will go. Nobody knows what's the best way to do it. There's not enough money to invest here right now. So that's something that will come up later. And obviously, companies will have to, okay, the problem here is we are engineers, right? We are going to an engineering college, and we don't understand data privacy ourselves very well, right? So companies are still fooling us. The day we understand, realize this, when we challenge these big firms, only then they will start serving us privacy. There was a company called Signal. Have you heard of it? Signal. They wanted to compete with WhatsApp. WhatsApp still guarantees third party, whatever that is called. But the first thing happens, they start releasing data to whoever asks, right? So there is actually no true form of privacy there, right? Signal challenged that. Signal came into the market. It's gone now. Don't know what happened with it, right? So until people demand companies like this for privacy, things are not improving. Okay, so that is something that's for tomorrow. And personal data ownership. You will have the right of your data, which is happening, but it's still a lie. Like from Facebook, from Instagram, you can download your history data, but you don't know what they are doing with it, right? There is a documentary on this. It's called Social Dilemma. It's on Netflix. Do watch it. You'll be scared to use social media after that. And it's real. It's created by people that left these big companies. Chief Monetization Officer of Facebook, it was his idea, and he knows what he did. Definitely give it a watch. And synthetic data, this is very interesting. So this is a very recent news. Before medicines came out to market, they had to be tested on humans. But before they decide it is fit for humans, they had to be tested on animals. So a lot of rats are bred just to be killed in the name of science, right? And very recently, I think some lab in Europe, they created a tissue which resembles humans so much, we don't need to kill rats anymore. And all of this happened because we had enough data to simulate that environment to create that tissue. So now they will create synthetic data, synthetic situations for all of this. And they will test everything there, then it will be implemented. And this is not just in the case of a cell, right? You can go deep ocean, you can create deep ocean products that can sustain the pressure, everything just in the simulation. You don't have to spend money. You can go build products, build tools that can work inside a volcano by creating a simulation. So you have less damage, you have less waste. So everything that you do, all the testing that you do will be a simulated and very really simulated environment. So synthetic data is also a big thing. If you think about GPT, generative, I forgot. Anyways, these generative models, they are very similar to synthetic data. They can create patterns out of existing patterns, right? So that's for tomorrow. Okay, I was very confused on who should I quote here, but I finally chose to quote Claudia. Have you heard of this girl, this woman? She works for 2 Sigma. She is the chief data scientist there. And this is what she thinks. This is what I wanted to put in your heads today. That was my idea. That data sciences is not just something that you can take a course and you can get good with, right? So you have to enjoy it. You have to feel it, right? So because there is data, that's what I just said. There's data everywhere, and you need to put it in your way of thinking and how to do it. Although what Zuckerberg did is unethical, I'm a big fan because he could think in that orientation. And that's what I'm trying to encourage. Okay, that's all that I had for today. If you have any questions, I'll wait. If anybody's interested in this area, I mentor a lot of students. I don't always ask money. So if anybody's interested, we can talk here or after this. I'm pretty public. My number's available everywhere. I'm accessible. So if there's anything, we can talk about it, okay? All right. Any questions? One last time. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Saswat Bhaiya, for this beautiful workshop. And I would like Arundhati ma'am to come up on the stage and felicitate Saswat Misra. Thank you, Bhaiya. So we are around the end of this event. Before closing the event, I would like to end it with a शायरी. So it goes like, अरे वो बगीचा ही क्या जिसमें माली ना हो, अरे वो बगीचा ही क्या जिसमें माली ना हो, वो झगड़ा ही क्या जिसमें गाली ना हो, वो ससुराल ही क्या जिसमें साली ना हो, और वो ऑडियंस ही क्या जिसमें ताली ना हो.
Finally, we have come to the end of this amazing day. Before we proceed, we would like to express our gratitude to everyone who has made this event possible. We would like to thank NASCOM Foundation and Startup Odisha for supporting us. A big thank you to all our dignitaries for investing your time with us. Thank you to Chief Mentors. Thank you to Chief Mentor Sir, Principal Sir, Dean Sir, Head of Departments, faculty members. We want to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the participants who have joined us. Thank you to all our social media persons and technical support team. Last but not the least, thank you to all our student body members of thingQbator for the incredible job. Well, a special thanks to Debaspati Mahapatra for managing and coordinating the event. With this much, I, Manashwini.
I, Piyush Kumar Singh.
We sign off.
See you in the next event, guys. Goodbye.